Everybody's trying to knock us off. It's us versus them. We must protect this house. Will you protect this house? I will. We must protect this house.
The shop is open.
Too much. All I wanna do is have fun with my loved ones. Spend a hunt on my loved ones. Make a bond with my loved ones. You know, relatives and my cousins. You know, all I wanna do is have fun with my loved ones. Spend a hunt on my loved ones. Make a bond with my loved ones. Relatives and my cousins. I like to get down with my peoples and my folks, my dogs and my lokes, the room filled with smoke. I got these crip niggas talking to the bloods, and niggas ain't spreading slugs, but spreading love is the thing we do since 92. What's the use of you killing me and me killing you? We at the picnic off the liquid, we the illest in town and nobody gets sick. Heard these freaks don't get along, cause one hair is short and one's long. Dick don't care about no hair. What you talking about? We can work it out. When you with me, nigga, all the drinks on the house. Yeah. All I wanna do is have fun with my loved ones. Spend a hunt on my loved ones. Make a bond with my loved ones. My relatives and my cousins.
What you wanna do?
All I wanna do is have fun with my loved ones. Spend a hunt on my loved ones. Make a bond with my loved ones. My relatives and my cousins.
What they hitting for, Q?
Oh, you wanna pay the price? I'm like poltergeist, when to get your dice. I make them do things, man. I got the method like Wu-Tang. How you niggas changing like moon rings. So we should kick back on the 6-pack. Where them bitches at? With the 50 yak.
Oh, they went to get some food too.
I know the people that you came with and hang with, but who's you?
They call me Show Chop. I'm the nigga in the bathroom with the 2 bitches in the door lock. I know you famous and I must be buzzing, but can't nobody give head like your cousin. All I wanna do is have fun with your loved ones. Spend a hunt with your loved ones. Make a run with your loved ones. Your relatives and your cousins.
What you wanna do?
All I wanna do is have fun with your loved ones. Spend a hunt with your loved ones. Make a run with your loved ones. Your relatives and your cousins.
Now be careful on your way home. You know it's on with the police. They can't see a nigga get no peace. They pull you over. Never caring if you're drunk or sober. They wanna fuck with your nuts. Call your baby mama sluts. Put you in cuffs in the afterworld. Your ass gon' get touched. We see you later. Working for them haters. Fucking space invaders. Coming up the elevators to 304. Damn, that's my suite. Why you bamming on the fucking dough and holding heat? Bring your ass in. Come on, have a seat. We can meet over something to eat. Motherfucker, cause all I wanna do is have fun with my loved ones. Spend a hunt with my loved ones. Make a run with my loved ones. My relatives and my cousins.
What you wanna do?
Yeah, all I wanna do is have fun with my loved ones. Spend a hunt just my people, nigga. Make a run my thoughts, niggas. My relatives and my cousins. Niggas that love me,
It's
homie.
on you.
I ain't fucking with no niggas that don't love me, bitch. Fucking with y'all, motherfuckers. We through with the bullshit. Kick rocks, nigga. You with that bullshit. Kick rocks. All I wanna do is have fun with my loved ones. My relatives and my cousins. Connect gang. Connect gang. Put it down like this. Put it down like this. And never ever miss.
Father, the sleeper has awakened!
Anybody hate?
What's up, YouTube? It is me, ArtisanMc. It's Sunday. It's 11:27, and this is Shop Talk Live. Thank you guys for coming through today and being, at least some of you, for being fucking patient when you're having technical difficulties and whatnot. Yes, I was running a little bit behind, but if you know what I've been dealing with this week in my schedule, today was the first day I actually got a decent amount of fucking sleep. So it's hard to get up and get out of that bed this morning, especially getting woken up early. I'm gonna talk to Artie Idmore behind the scenes, motherfucker. I'm talking shit. I don't have words, me, bro. I have words. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I am looking for 10 contributors for the show today. You probably get about an hour to get that shit done. After that, I will be thinking about shutting this shit down and saying, fuck it, I can do something else. Because the stream does not run on hopes and dreams. It runs on green, just like every other thing. So make the Cash App really stream. And as you can see, I'm in the shop today. It is a shop day. It's going to be shop days for a while. So I will be doing more shows directly from the shop on Sundays for a bit until I get somebody out in the shop on Sundays that I'm comfortable with and I can actually let them just run it and not have to worry about too much shit. I'm rolling with the Deadpool gang today. This is what the fuck it is. Told you. The New Order style. Wolfpack style. Red and black. All day. All dizzy. Where's this chat not lined up with it? So, let's see who we got in here. And I will get on with the show. Like I said, thank you guys for being patient. I should have just waited till I was closer. But I wanted to try to start on time and stall. Told y'all, it's one of the perfect things I do. So what do we get? We got Artie Idmore saying still waiting. It's right here. You can jump on it anytime. Aquateki, GeekElite Assemble. Thank you for Aquateki for throwing the channel, backup channel link in there. If you guys are here, you subscribe to this channel, you should subscribe to the GeekElite Assembled channel. I will do some different content on there and try to make that more store centric because I have some ideas I want to do for the store and I don't want to put it on this channel specifically. So it would be beneficial to put that on a separate channel. It would be. So it focuses on that thing that I want to do. So out the gate with no hate. Let's see what we got here. Shout out to the Artie Idmore being the first one to donate in the chat today. And Artie Idmore said, I don't have my damn pen. And I didn't have all my songs, so this is gonna look real janky. I'm a stickler for shit being organized in my book. And my book is not organized today. It's been a crazy week, y'all. Trust me, it's been a crazy goddamn week. The fact that I'm up and walking is amazing. So, to the Artie Idmore saying, hurry up, I'm waiting. This fucking dude. Artie Idmore, I will give you the guts and butts. Fuck.
Double up, 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies, running up. Never let a hard time on the ones.
Know what you like. I know what you like, Negro. I know about you. To the Aquateki, #1 wrench in the building, and has let me know he got his first shipped order from Stand Up Comics of today's sermon, the Bible, the good book of King McDuffie, the King McDuffie version of the good book, the Bible. We will be reading from the following passage on page 539, panel number 5, we'll read that if death wish is running true to form, from the chapter of hardware, page 539 in the good book. Told somebody else I was gonna do that shit, and it's still funny to me. So Aquateki for supporting the stream, appreciate you. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you, Aquateki. And I'm not joking, Aquateki. Turn to page 539 and read panel 5. I'm not fucking joking. I'm serious, even when I'm joking. Shout out to the One Eye One supporting the stream. Appreciate you, One Eye One. I will give you a 3B salute. Appreciate you. And two, my Scorpionic brother, Joe Herb, donating into the chat. Appreciate you, Herb. Herbert, stay all day. I will give you a 3B salute and a double up. Appreciate you, Herb. Yeah.
Double up. 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies. Running up. Never let a hard time on the
All right. So now, let's skip down to these. See if I can catch up on that. Yes, praise the patrons say the geekdom, Dwayne McDuffie. Saint McDuffie gave us all good works. Hallowed be his name in a comic shop near you. Why is this chat box not lined up all the way? Fucking. Okay, there it goes. Yeah, hallowed be his name in this comic shop. So yes, this is the Bible compendium. This is my copy of the compendium, so don't come in here looking for this motherfucker. I brought it down because I need this barcode so I can actually scan it and hook Dr. T up, because believe it or not, Dr. T did not know about the damn compendium. And I was shocked. I was really shocked. Like, what? Nigga, let me get you one of these. Let me make sure I get you one of these. There you go, Aquateki. Yeah. Yes. Brother Aquateki is got the page number reading from the good book of McDuffie. Expandable whip deployed. Yes, Lord. There you go. Drew his ass off the cloud. Pow. Yeah, he didn't know what this was. I had to send him pictures and fuck with Dr. T. I didn't get to call you back because you know what happens in the comic shop, Dr. T. I say I'm gonna call somebody back. I got 3 people standing in here, and then we all end up in a damn conversation about other shit. It was like, can't call nobody back now. This is just what it is. So that's what happens when you actually social with people. You talk. Mr. Coakley, what up, man? I don't know who you are, but welcome. Thank you. Support the stream if you're new here. So I got you, Dr. T. I'm going to get you one of these. I already ordered them. So more are coming to the shop. And next week, we will finally, if they did it right, I will have my Marvel stuff. I got 8 boxes coming this week. It better be all my Marvel stuff. If it's not all my Marvel stuff, it's going to be all the free comic book day books, and I'm going to be pissed off. I mean, happy and pissed off at the same time, because I want my Marvel stuff to sell, but I also want my free comic book day stuff too, because free comic book day is the day I love for comic shops, and I want to do free comic book day large. Unfortunately, these are all shop updates. You can mark it down in your mental Rolodex as shop updates that can't get the taco truck out front. Can't get the taco truck out front. So if you guys remember a couple of streams back, not remembering what number. We had a chef in here, and I was remarking on his hat and the shirt that he had on, and it turns out he has a food truck called Hella Bomb Tacos. Now, if you're from the Bay Area, you understand that Hella is a Bay Area term. Hella is a Bay Area term. That's Hella Bay Area, right? So added him on Instagram, followed him on Instagram, and I saw he put up a post yesterday about his truck doing a pop-up, and he had, I think it was a michelada in the picture, and that shit looks so fucking tasty. Because trust me, I've been working in 100-degree weather all week. It was hot as fuck, and I'm looking at that yesterday at my grandmother's house, working on a door in West Oakland, hot, and I see the picture of that damn michelada, and I was thirsting, right? So I hollered at him. It's like, yeah, we do a free comic book day. You should definitely roll up because we need some tacos for free comic book day. And he's like, oh, that'd be awesome. What day is it? First Saturday in May. He's like, shit, I'm booked. I'm booked all May. I was like, motherfucker. Anyway, I'll send somebody to come get some damn tacos. Because tacos on a free comic book day would be awesome. It would be. If you could have a truck pull up right in front of the store and pop it open, and then you got comics and tacos and shit. Nigga, I might play, get some mariachis in this motherfucker. That'd be awesome, dude. Man. You just don't know. I'd be happy. But because of that, I had to order some tacos from somewhere else, and some sangria and some horchata, and just do it up big for myself last night. I ate about 6 of them motherfuckers straight, and I want some today too. So it is what it is. Aquatechy, first Saturday in May. FCB is coming. I want to be here for the FCB. So if these boxes that show up this week are my free comic book day books, okay, I'll do an unboxing of that. Like Herb is saying in here, I'll be pissed, but happily pissed. Still pissed though. Two things can be true at the same time. Beastly Nerd say, what's up, Beastly? He said, yeah, I start my job sometime this week and planning to get those Milestone Compendiums. Oh yeah, hit me. standupcomics21@gmail.com. And then I'll work out the details of pay and stuff like that too. I still got the Venmo stuff I haven't had time to throw in. Don't be a weirdo, fucking dickhead. Let's not go in. There's nobody in there yet. Idiots. But yeah, hit me, Beastly, and I'll hook you up. I will say there will be shipping. There will be a shipping charge on there. I have to do a shipping charge on it because Aquatechy got over. But it's cool. I know Aquatechy. But that's it. So what do we got today? All right, how are you? Good. If you need help, let me know. And if you hear me talking, I'm live streaming, not crazy. Okay? So today, what we got? Art of Immortality. That Milestone is sitting on my shelf. Bull crap. Prove it. Put a picture up. And why is it sitting on your shelf and you're not reading it? A quote from the Bible, you better know the chapter and verse, homeboy. You better know the chapter and verse. I have to go back through and tab mine because I had a good conversation yesterday with Joe Thompson from Fracture, and a lot of good ideas came out of that conversation because Joe and the Fracture boys got back to doing cons. So he was down at WonderCon, which Joe Herb would know what I'm talking about. WonderCon used to be our Bay Area con. It was our Bay Area con, right? They picked up and moved stakes down to Anaheim. Not happy about that shit. So Joe Thompson went down and had his booth set up because he is a comic book guy who sells his own comics. and did his table at WonderCon. This is his new comic from Fracture, Joe Thompson, Essex, Chapter 1. You know what this is? What this actually means? This is the first stand-up comics exclusive. They're exclusively selling these in our shop. You black folks? So he's the first one. I hope to get more. Like a Pokemon master, man. I gotta collect them all. Mr. Coakley. I'll say this, Mr. Coakley. Check me out on Dr. Tiasan. He might still be in here. I think we're going to talk about that tomorrow. Tomorrow about 6:30. I think we're going to talk about that because he asked me about it too. And I've heard some things about Young Justice. I wasn't watching Young Justice because, as you guys know, I'm usually at work most of the damn day, so I don't have time to watch a lot of TV at the moment. So I have to check it out. I have to check it out, and then we're going to have a conversation about it tomorrow. So that's what's up with that. Beastly Nerd said, no problem with shipping. Look, I got so much geek and nerdish on pre-order now. You say that like it's a bad thing. What the hell you doing? You gonna take all that money with you? Come on, man. Come on, Beast, read the book. Yeah, how many copies you got? I'd like to buy one. I got you, Herb. You know, all you had to do was say you wanted it. I'll throw it in your box, like right now. So it's in there for you. All right, cool. Set up my notifications. Yeah, you should set up your notifications. Like, share, and subscribe. And ring the bell. It doesn't work if you don't ring the bell. Why don't you do a review of it? Because what, were you born in 82? 10 years? Yeah. You might have read it. You still call it Static Shock. So I know when you got up on it. I know. There are telltale signs. All right, so if you guys don't know, have a good one. This morning I threw up a video, which I was not trying to throw up that video this morning. I wasn't. I put it there and scheduled it. I was supposed to drop it on Wednesday. The damn thing defaulted to today. So it went up today. So it is what it is now. So video I put up, the I Am video, is part of that signature series I was telling you about, which is interviews with people in YouTube about how they see themselves as being in geekdom. And that's why it's called I Am. It's not me defining who they are, it's them defining for themselves who they are. Because I'm more curious about why people are in this, especially black men, and who they are, what they had to go through to become and stand on a square as saying that I am a geek, as opposed to, oh, I'm a nerd or I'm such and such, or that shit was stupid of me. Because as you know, in the black community, black males have a very narrow path that people want them to walk. That's why I got away from using the EL and the Pookie and Ray Ray argument, because it's also a narrow lane. So the whole idea with that interview series was to highlight certain people that I interviewed and find out who they are and how they come to this. So that I get rid of all that fucking dick measuring that people do about this geek shit. It's not a dick measuring contest, especially not in geekdom, because if you're in geekdom, I've said it already, you weren't being judged on your dick anyway. Understand that geekdom as a space is a place of outcast, primarily. So you can call it the X-Men if you want. It was not a place where everybody was all super cool and all the rest of that. It was a place that other people got to and they found and made a home there. That's why I call it geekdom. Now, What up, BTM? Look, that's why I didn't give you shit last night, BTM, about your mic issues. I had getting here and setting up issues, so it fucking happens. Look, the show must go on. What up, AB? A bizzle to the meaty izzle in the building. So, the interview with Art, that is one part of 4. Got it out late, but I had some personal family shit going on this week that I had to jump in the middle of and actually take care of, and it made for a lot of really long nights, going to bed at 2 in the morning and waking up at 6 in the morning to go and run for another 20, 23 hours worth of a damn day. So forgive me on some things not being dropped when I wanted to, because you don't ask for life events to show up. They fucking show up. You deal with them how you deal with them. And for me, family is usually more important. So between putting up a video and taking care of this stuff with my grandmother, I had to take care of the stuff with my grandmother first. It's just what it is. And that was more important to her security and state of mind and stuff like that. I talked about it a little bit. What's up, UFO? Martial Artisan. Oops. Talked about it a little bit last night on Art of Ibmore Enraged. You need to shorten that shit, dude. AOI Enraged channel, and just mention some stuff that I learned. And it ended up being a very interesting conversation with my grandmother over the past 3 days, because I don't know if you guys know this, if you ever talk to your elders outside of BGS, but your elders will tell you stuff when they get up there in age like that, and people around them have actually died. They start dispensing a lot of information readily. You don't have to ask for it, they just start kicking it out. And that's what my grandmother was doing. She was doing an information dump on me. Now, this is the grandmother, you've heard me talk about her before, my nana. I don't call her my grandmother, I call her my nana. But she lost her husband during lockdown on COVID. And this was the first time after she lost him that she was living alone. So during COVID, there's an 80-year-old woman or 83-year-old woman sitting in her house by herself. And her husband never came home. Couldn't even have a funeral. So she's been there with some family help for a while, but she is such that her personality rubs people the wrong way sometimes, because she will say some shit that will be a soul-crushing shot. Shout out to the angry one. She will say some soul-crushing shots to you. She will. That's where I learned it from. 3rd generation soul-crushing shotter. Just saying. I'm the first male in that line, being the oldest. Yeah. It's there. So some people get rebuffed by that because she can be really abrasive at times. She can. Cuss them the fuck out. And they apparently don't know how to handle that shit. As I told my mother, I said, y'all should be immune to that shit. I don't get it. After 80-something years, she ain't changing now. Might as well forget that shit. Give it up. Just take it on the chin. Like, this is just what it's gonna be. Dragons breathe fire. What the fuck? Take off the gasoline draws. You won't have to worry about your knickers getting singed. I mean, it's just what it is. So, yeah, you gotta take care of the nana. Gotta take care of the nana. And sure enough, when I called her to try to take care of the shit, she cussed me out too. I just laughed about the shit. I thought it was hilarious, because that's what it is to me, hilarious. It's like, look, I know you don't mean it personally. I know a little bit more about her than I thought. Right? I know that she got a soft side. Between all that fire and flame and shit like that, it's a really soft spark in there. So I tolerate it. When she ain't cuss me out, but beyond that initial cuss out, because she ain't heard from me in a bit. But when I was coming to help her do some stuff and take care, fixing her shit, she was happy. She was happy to see me. She's happy to have her door fixed. And she was happy to actually engage with somebody. That's what happens. Yeah, that Gran Torino. Off my line. 1 second. Somebody just fucking texted me. It's an important text at all. Shout out to the Dr. TSI for supporting the stream. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate it. And we still need 5 more contributions, or I'll sit here and ramble forever and never get to any topic. Most older folks act out because they're lonely. Yeah, ArtisanMc, they do. They do. And that's what I had to go back and tell my family, because most of them are not talking to her right now. I mean, it's not what I think Bernie Mac said it before. Some of y'all families fucked up too, so I don't feel no kind of way about sharing this with y'all. Some of them ain't talking to her because they've had issues with her. She's accused people of shit. She's cussed people out, and they don't want to deal with it. Now, whereas I can hear them having that gripe that they don't want to deal with it, the time frame that they're pulling it on is on some I'm gonna let this bitch suffer shit. That's what it seems like to me. That's what it seems like to me. Because it wasn't so long ago the motherfuckers wasn't talking to me either. So I know how that shit goes. It's on some bullshit. It's nothing that you have not heard before. It's nothing that you have not seen happen with somebody else. So you should be sucking it the fuck up and doing what you're supposed to do, which should be your responsibility to make sure your mother's okay. Cussing at you or not, that is not the time for your feelings to be on full display. Do that shit after. I use this as an example. My homeboy, Ron Bundrum, hallowed be his name in this shop forever, died, right? Me and my homeboy Joe, the big freak Joe, G.I. Joe, the Marine, Ford's father, we were pallbearers at his funeral, carrying my homeboy. I did not cry during that funeral. I did not cry during the ceremony. I did not cry during the procession. I did my fucking duty, carried my homeboy's coffin, and put it in the ground. You know when I cried? After he went in the ground and everybody was standing there at the hole saying they fucking prayers and snotting and shit, I walked to the back by the hearse by my homeboy Joe, and then I fucking cried away from everybody else where they couldn't see me. That's when I did it. Because it wasn't time for my feelings to be on display. I had a fucking job to do to help the rest of these people go through their little grieving process. And then I could have my moment. And that's what I did. Then I had my moment. And since that day, I've been back to my homeboy's gravesite probably once or twice a year. Since. And I'll go there and I'll just sit and talk. Because sometimes your feelings ain't helpful to everybody else. It's not always about your fucking feelings. Sometimes you got to put that shit aside. But I'm a dude. So I look to the greater good a lot of times. What is the best option for everybody involved, not just what is the best option for me. Now you can call that a defect. You can call it some, gynocratic training. You can call it the fuck you want to. You can call it a Muppet. I don't give a fuck. I just know sometimes as the oldest child, everything ain't about me all the time. It's not. And I don't expect it to be. And I'm not resentful that it's not. No. Sometimes it is about me, and I do make it about me. And most other times it's not. Make sure everybody else is okay first. Then you can go have your fucking moment, your pity party, and all the rest of that shit. What's good, Double C? Dub C in here. Hoping you and T are doing well. So that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a lot of loneliness out of my grandmother, a lot of bitterness out of the other people around her, and a lot of just like they low-key trying to punish her. Let her ass be alone. Okay. I think about that shit, and you have to remember that people learn from your example. Always. Always. And if that's the way you want to roll with people, You shouldn't expect no different when it's your turn. Because everybody gonna remember how you acted. Yeah, Joe Herb, always have been. I'm the oldest of my generation in this family. And I'm Gen 4, I believe. And that, at least my maternal side of the family, I'm the oldest. On my father's side of the family, I am the second oldest. Because my cousin Melissa is older than me. But I'm always in that role. I'm never the follower. I'm usually the leader. By birth order, by genetics, just by disposition, and what have you, just by the fact that my dick drags when I walk. Just what it tends to be. Speak out, I think, for myself, and I don't have a problem going it alone. No. It's just how I am. And I will do everything by myself if I need to, just to make sure it gets done. So that's the oldest plight, especially in the Black community. That's the oldest plight, the plight of the elder child. Child is a misnomer. You're like the elder, younger adult. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. So, I've been dealing with that stuff with them and the family and whatnot since Wednesday. So, it's been not irritating, but it's been busy. It's been a busy few days. It's been a busy few days. A lot of late nights. So, but things are good. I got the door finished yesterday. Everything is cleaned up, caulked, looking lovely. The only thing it needs is paint. But she's not painting that shit right now. But folks do need to be checking on her a little bit more. And as I said in my other video, I will be doing what I can do, which is I need to check on her a bit more. And I told her that as much. It's like, look, you need to answer these people's phone call, whether you like them or not. Even if you answer the phone and tell them that I don't feel like talking to you, at least they know your ass is alive. Because if they don't hear anything from you on the phone at your age, they're going to think the worst. They're not going to think you just don't feel like fucking talking. They're going to think you dead in this motherfucker. And they don't want that. Nobody does. I don't want to find that shit out. Because I'm going to have issue and take umbrage with the rest of the family. I'm the grandson. That ain't my fucking job. She got children. A couple of them. So do your fucking dizzle. Fulfill your responsibility in that chain. Stop trying to shirk it. My turn will come. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. So, have you guys seen anything good on TV lately? If you like that transition. This MoonKnight stuff has been interesting. Young Justice stuff has been interesting. I have to go back and check out on this Young Justice stuff, but MoonKnight has been more fun for me because I enjoyed watching it. I have not seen episode 2 and 1 of Halo, so after I do this stream today, I'll fire it up on the computer and I will go back and watch it so I can actually talk about it intelligently with you guys, what I saw. As I told you guys before, I am not a huge Halo fan, I'm not, but reviewing shows is what I fucking do. So that's what I will do. I'll review the show. And then I'll talk to people who know more about this shit than I do and inform me on what they know about the show. So Joe Herb is saying, MoonKnight. MoonKnight it is, sir. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. It doesn't run on hopes and dreams. It runs on green, just like every other thing. And I still need 5 of you motherfuckers to make that cash up. Just saying. So, what have I heard recently in Geekdom in the show? So let's do the MoonKnight thing. MoonKnight is interesting. That's a comment from AB that MoonKnight is interesting. Let's see if we can flip this a little bit. What's interesting about it to you, AB? What's interesting about it to you? Because I will say, I took my MoonKnight book home too, because I didn't want nobody to sell that shit unknowingly. That pissed me off. So I took my MoonKnight Jeff Lemire book home. It's sitting at home next to my computer. So it is what it is. Thank you, Aquateki. It's running across the screen. They should learn how to read. Yeah, operate a computer you can read scrolls. For me, the more interesting part about MoonKnight, and especially this last episode, has been the introduction of Mr. Knight. I was really looking forward to that. I was. And this was another reveal that was kind of spoiled in other videos of people reviewing the first episode because they're using these clips and stuff like that in the videos. So the transformation from Stephen Grant into MoonKnight was spoiled for me already. But it did look cool because it shows how instantaneous it is. That it can happen slowly or it can happen really fast. Now, the Mr. Knight character I know from the Jeff Lemire run was interesting. It's just a dude wearing a white suit and a mask and stuff like that. He's a little grittier, you know, in that the Batman kind of way. It's just there. It's just a regular costume. To me, seeing the Mr. Knight persona is like reminiscent of seeing a character who has a long history, that it is a mantle that has been passed down. So you're getting maybe a 20s version of MoonKnight wearing a suit and stuff like that. It's no different than seeing the Old West Ghost Rider, where he had a whole costume and a cowboy hat and rode a horse and shit like that. It's like that. And I told you one of Marvel's biggest problems is they don't have a mantle system. And in the last 10 years or so, that's what they've been trying to develop, a mantle system in Marvel, so they can introduce new characters with these abilities or carry on that mantle and not have the fan base all up in arms because, well, Steve Rogers is not Captain America? Peter Parker is not Spider-Man? I don't know how to do. Look, it's going to have to move on some kind of fucker. It's going to. I don't want my Peter Parker to be a child forever. I really don't. Because I've grown up with the character. I would expect the character to grow up too. Just saying. I want to see these characters grow. And they can't grow if they're locked in childhood stasis. So they have to find a way to do it. One of the ways to do it is to introduce a mantle system. Seems to work pretty well for the Bat family in DC. Seems to work pretty well. You got Batman, who is the elder, and you got a bunch of other Robins behind him who decrease in age. But all of them can grow up to become the Batman. Awesome, right? That's how things should work. It's all about progression. You go from one state to the next state to the next state. Eventually, you shuffle off the stage, get your trophy, and sit the fuck down in the audience and watch the newcomers up on stage doing their business. Shout out to BGS for this point. It's kind of like Gen Xers shitting on boomers and realizing that all the old Negroes is Gen Xers. I was laughing at that shit because I was driving in the car and I'm thinking, I'm a Gen Xer. I'm the old nigga in the room because I remember having conversations with people and checking them on some geek shit. I'm the old nigga in the room. It's funny how that happens. You live long enough, it could be you too. Anyway, AB said, interesting story. A salesman who's going about his day wakes up in another country all the time. Yep. He wakes up in someplace different. Things happening that he doesn't remember. Like the shit with the fish, AB. The fish had one fin one day, and then he woke up another time and it had two fins. What do you think happened to the one fin fish? Shopkeeper told you. He came in the other day and traded the fish out. Who was that? That must have been Mark Spector. Mark Spector didn't like the one fin fish. He didn't. But Stephen Grant did. Mark Spector liked his fish with two fins. It's shit like that. So it gets to playing with that whole idea of what is your reality and what you actually remember. Is it what you remember? You sure? Really? Okay. So you missing things like, why don't I remember where I put my fucking keys? Because you didn't have your fucking keys last.
Your other persona had your keys, and they put them in a different pocket. If you thought about that, things in your day, in your regular life, stuff like that, it would fuck with you. It would really fuck with you. That's why I'm liking this. I always like stuff with a psychological bent because it gets into people's perceptions and how your actual mind works, right? If your mind is not working on that level to where you're having real good recall on that shit, it will bother you. It will make you upset. So in this episode 2, I believe it was in this episode. No, it was in last episode, excuse me, where Stephen Grant is sitting at the table and he's missed the date completely with the smoking chick. That chick is hot as fuck to me. I keep saying, every time I think of her, I'm thinking, God damn, she is hot as fuck to me. I gotta know her name. I'll become a fan. But you see the sadness of that in that he doesn't remember things. And you see the pain of it. And Oscar Isaac played this shit so fucking well that he's sitting there, a vegetarian at a steakhouse, not wanting to leave, feeling so crushed that he wanted this date with this woman and he missed it, doesn't know what day it is. Can't really accept the fact that he's lost like 2 days of his life and doesn't know what happened. And sitting there under that crushing weight trying to order a fucking steak and he doesn't eat meat. Not knowing what the fuck he's ordering. And how he just sat there, he was just like out of it, like, yeah. That was beautiful. That was a beautiful piece of acting right there from Oscar Isaacs. And that's what I'm loving because you're getting to see the turmoil that a person like that must be going through. And you kind of feel sorry for Stephen Grant. Even though you've seen him getting, shit on the whole fucking episode, you kind of feel bad for him at that moment. Like, damn, dude, yeah, because you wanted to see him on that date. You did. You wanted to see him on the date. No, snatched away from him. Now, in the second episode, you get a little bit more of that when he turns into Mr. Knight, but you understand that here is this persona thrust into this position where it has to be the one in charge, and it has to be a fighter. And what he believes is the suit is actually a suit. And that was cool. The transformation was cool because it was just instantaneous. And he was in the suit. And he still had all the strength and everything, which is something I think people miss about what's going on in this with the whole MoonKnight character outside of the fighting skills and stuff like that, which primarily come from Mark Spector. Fighting skills come from Mark Spector. It doesn't come from him being MoonKnight. It comes from Mark Spector being the mercenary. Right? You saw, excuse me, you saw it in the first episode, and most people, I think it passed him by, is that he has a healing factor. He heals. That first episode when he's laying on his fucking face, what did you see? His jaw reset. Because he broke his fucking jaw jumping out the window. See his jaw reset. You see his bones and his ribs and stuff like that reform and heal up. Now in episode 2, you see that he has a measure of superhuman strength. Enough to crush a car bumper with his hand. And now Stephen Grant, persona, has access to those abilities, which is interesting story-wise because you're seeing that something has happened between the transition between those two personalities, that in some senses they're merging together, that they don't have a smooth transition or a secret transition anymore. They are being able to see and hear each other all the time now. And now that Steve Grant has access to those MoonKnight powers, he doesn't necessarily have to give up control. He could just call on the suit, right? So it's making it a little bit more interesting to see. What's up, Morpheus? Tapping in afternoon gents chat. MoonKnight just keeps getting better and better. Yeah, it's good. It's a slow build in a sense, but the stuff that's coming out of it is big. But because most people don't really know the character a whole hell of a lot, it's like, oh, that's cool. but they don't understand how big it is. Like Arthur Harrow's origin being changed up, that he was previously a Fist of Khonshu. That's a big deal. That was never the case with that fucking character. But this is the beauty of what I've told you before, that comic book movies usually work better if you don't know anything about the character. If you don't know anything about the character, whatever changes they make, you just accept because you don't know shit about the character anyway. So while most people watching this shit just, oh, okay, he used to be a Fist of Khonshu. Ooh. People who actually read the comic like, no, he wasn't. He never was. But that group is so fucking small, it doesn't even matter what their complaint is. It made the character better. Now you still get him with his little pain addiction kind of thing. That's what the first episode of him putting the glass in his fucking shoes and shit and walking around in his slides with the glass in his shoes about. That's him feeding on that pain, enjoying that shit, right? Like some religious orders do. Seeing the Da Vinci Code, right, with the albino Paul Bettany, not White Vision, but Paul Bettany as an albino, smacking himself, doing a self-flagellation shit. Some people get off on that shit. They do. Arthur Harrow in the comic was addicted to that kind of shit because he always was. So he caused himself his own pain. But you also get the intermixing of what's going on in the comic books right now, where there is another Fist of Khonshu. I'm forgetting what the dude's name is, but he's come back and he's dealing with Mr. Knight and Mark Spector because they posed the scenarios that, you know, the human body has two fists, not one. So Mark Spector is one Fist of Khonshu, and this new guy is the other Fist of Khonshu. And his job is to make sure Mark Spector stays on his job. It's like, oh shit, that's awesome. They threw that into the show by introducing another Fist of Khonshu. Now, the other thing that puts it out there, Dr. T said he didn't want him on that date. He would have fucked it up anyway. Damn, Dr. T, you ain't got no love for the mentally ill. He might have fucked it up. He might have got lucky. What's going on? Hey, if you need help, just let me know. And if you hear me talking, I'm live streaming like crazy. He might not have. I mean, he could have worked out for him. Maybe. I wanted him on a date because I wanted to see that chick again. I need to see some other angles. I need to see some legs looking like. I don't get to see that now. They ain't showed her again since. So I'm like, whack. What up, Terrell? Peace to you. And what's up, Spain? It's like try to go to inspiration from Spawn. Not really. Not really. MoonKnight has been around a lot longer than Spawn. And if you know anything about Todd McFarlane, Spawn is based on a couple of characters that he actually worked on at the time. Spider-Man, Batman, and Doctor Strange being three of them. Because all those elements are in Spawn and his costume and whatnot. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Right? So he's an amalgam of that. What's going on in the show with MoonKnight is trying to give you the understanding of somebody who's mentally disturbed with this multiple personality disorder, or DID, dissociative identity disorder, and how that would actually play out in the real world, how you would be able to tell, put you in that person's shoes and how they deal with things on a day-to-day basis. For me, and I've thought this for a while because I study UFOs and stuff like that, the idea of having missing time is one of the scariest things. Should be one of the scariest things, because you don't know where that time went. You don't, right? You have no record of what happened during that time. So anything could happen. And I think if that is prolonged, you have enough of those. It will really make you crazier, and your grip on reality will not be as tight because you can't trust it. You can't trust what's happening around you. Not necessarily, because you keep missing shit. We're speaking about the former Avatar Mark Spector, Spain. Making Arthur Harrow a former Fist of Khonshu, it does go in the sense of like a Ghost Rider sense, because Ghost Riders keep getting the mantle from Mephisto, and you can call it like Spawn in a sense, but since it's Marvel, I'm putting it on the Ghost Rider. That character came before, all right? The whole difference between Johnny Blaze, Dan Ketch, Alejandra, whatever her name was, Robbie Reyes, Noble Kale, Carter Hall, not Carter Hall, but what was the other one? Caretaker. Those were all Ghost Riders, all of them, and they were just Ghost Riders for different generations. Spawn was the character that really played it up the most because Todd McFarlane really took that idea and ran with it. Where medieval Spawn, Dark Ages Spawn, Spawn the Future, you know, he just did it to keep putting his character out there as much as possible in every venue as possible because he's a creative person. So when you say medieval Spawn, it gives him a reason to draw Spawn with armor and stuff like that. It just does. He had no confidence. Dr. T said, yeah, nah, he had no confidence. Well, here's the funny part, Dr. T. Stephen Grant had no confidence, no, but he liked the chick, right? What persona asked her out? It's probably Mark Spector. Mark Spector probably is the one that asked her out, right? So Mark was interested. Maybe. I don't know. Unless they haven't hinted at a third personality. Because somebody asked her out, and it wasn't Stephen. It wasn't Stephen. And you see that Mark was kind of into Layla, but trying to keep her at a distance. So what personality asked her out? Somebody did. But Stephen Grant had no memory of it. And obviously Mark Spector didn't care about keeping the date. Maybe he didn't know about it. It might be a third persona. I'll let y'all work on that for a while. I call tequila shots time travel. I call tequila shots gross. So that was good. With the Arthur Harrow. The whole thing with the Anubai, and that's what I'm calling little things. I'm not calling them little werewolves. They don't look like werewolves by night. No, they don't. They look like jackals with what do you call it? The head pieces on. They don't look like wolves. They don't. Even running on all fours, they don't look like werewolves. They're fucking jackals. They came out of hell, or Egyptian hell, and they were summoned because Arthur Harrow has a connection to an Egyptian deity. Now, apparently, he traded it up. Apparently, he traded up sides. So he went from being the Fist of Khonshu to being, I don't know, the scales of judgment for it. And okay, didn't know you could switch up like that. But look, guess you start praying a different way, you pray a different way. Third personality, there's barely room for two as it is. I don't know. Like I said, somebody asked her out on the date. And Mark obviously didn't feel like taking it. Yeah, emaciated jackals. Yeah, emaciated jackals. Because what? Everything in this is Egyptian, right? There are no werewolves in Egyptian mythology. So we can drop that shit. Jackals are part of Egyptian mythology, as are mummification. You seen Khonshu the whole time, right? Desiccated fucking bird head wrapped in mummy garbs. Why would the jackals all of a sudden be fucking werewolves? Come on, man. A lot of people see shit, but they don't put it together right. And part of the thing that pisses me off a lot of time with that is that I know better. I don't like people putting false information out there. Not within my fucking earshot. Get the whole story. Stop being surface level and actually dig deeper so you can give somebody the right information and just not your surface level. Oh, it was shit. Well, why was it shit? Well, just because and but then you ain't saying shit. Shut up. Leave it to the people who actually can give a reason or have something more articulate to say on it, other than you just want to throw out a bullet point that it sucks and have nothing to back up the point why it sucks. Because nobody fed that to you yet. So that was the one. What was the other thing? Layla. Now, this chick Layla is going to have a bigger role in the show. And I like that they're making her his wife in a sense, but she was also running around doing the mercenary stuff with him. So it makes her kind of capable. To what extent she's going to be involved in the rest of the show, how much she's going to be involved in the rest of the show, will remain to be seen. I'm not interested, but curious. Put it that way. Curious. She knows about the suit. She knows about Mark and the deal with Khonshu. But the part that worries me is one thing that they said in it, and is that Khonshu threatened Mark with that if he didn't do his bidding, he would take Layla and make her his new avatar. For the phase that we're in with the MCU, that is a bit troubling because that means that they're going to be pushing out a female Moon Knight. And if you know anything about the Moon Knight character is pretty bloody because he actually beats the hell out of people, like Batman.
Any turtle stuff? Sorry.
Just the Turtles comics books. That's it.
Where we have?
Right there in the DC section, and the Image section in the middle under T. It's all alphabetized. So go over one more, and it should be right there in the T's. All right, so my guess on that is that because they said it, and they said it twice already in one episode of the show, Mark said it, Khonshu said it, I would not be surprised if before the end of this show, Layla ends up getting taken over by Khonshu and running around as Moon for a hot minute. Or they have a lead in. Seeing the way this stuff goes, that was troubling to me. It's like, what? Because it did sound like some, Return of the Jedi bullshit. If you don't turn, or maybe your sister. Like, what does she have to do with fucking Khonshu? Is she just as broken? Don't do that. Don't do that. You'll fuck up that whole character. Because you already know Oscar Isaac is only signed to those 6. He's not signed to play Moon Knight again yet. No. Oscar Isaac is really tepid on comic book properties because he's had such a shitty run with them. But Disney does want to keep him on the payroll. Now, he ain't coming back for none of them Disney movies. I mean, the Star Wars movies. So they're trying to keep him with this show. That's why he signed for 6 episodes, and that's it. There's no plans for him to show up and shit else. Now, Moon Knight might show up, but nobody said you had to see Oscar Isaac as Mark Spector. You can just see the Moon Knight. Yeah, they did that with Iron Fist. Well, here's the thing, Trail. With Iron Fist, that actually happened before. That Colleen Wing did have Iron Fist. And I would have been interested to see if season 3 with Colleen Wing running around with Iron Fist. I would have, because I wanted them to get towards that whole Daughters of the Dragon shit. It was all there. They had been playing it up. I was waiting for it. They canceled the show. It just got better. What the fuck? Okay, that's the Netflix Disney deal was done. Okay, got it back now. Let's get back on the stick. Okay. What up, Malika? What's good with you? Oh, you late to the party? Yeah, I got that song too. Like, I wish I knew you was coming. All right, this is for Malika showing up late. Have a good one.
There's so much dirt, I don't believe in karma. There's so much dirt, I had to see with armor. But I still walk around, someone better want 'em. I just wanna put that chopper there and see it coming. I ain't scared of shit, don't wanna see it honor. Spoke up with my bitch, I don't believe in drama. But she for the streets, I'm showing true. I got me some money, I needed a cool. I got a shoe, I'm in the room, I took a shame and go home. When they think it's to give me some more, I like a tired of these niggas calling me a salad, cause I took a trip to the Tula. I just put a 100 on my finger cocky, cause I'm rich too. Yeah, I might just go up in your bitch too. I remember times we was pissed too. Just some youngest kid.
I missed the whole fucking hook. Anyway, that was Late to the Party by Joyner Lucas. That was the whole thing. And I like that song. So I was playing that for Malika. I don't want to be late to the party. Yeah, no video. I wasn't playing a video. But Joyner Lucas, Late to the Party with Joyner Lucas and Ty Dolla $ign. It's a good song. I like it. So that doesn't make sense, but this is Disney. It does make sense, Morpheus. One of the things that people aren't looking at is that after Scarlett Johansson sued Disney and won, got her payout from them like she's supposed to per her contract, nobody has multi-deal contracts. Nobody has multi-deal contracts anymore. No one. That's why I'm looking at Tom Holland squawking about he wants more money. It's like, get it out of Sony's ass. You ain't getting it out of Marvel. Fuck that shit. No, nigga. You're going to have to be a draw by yourself. No Way Home was awesome, but No Way Home didn't draw just because you were the only thing in that motherfucker. No, you're not pulling it like that. If so, number one wouldn't have had Iron Man showing up in it. Number two wouldn't have been fucking Jake Gyllenhaal showing up. Or excuse me, Nick Fury. You're not pulling it like that. But you better, if you think you want some Robert Downey Jr. money, you fucking tripping. So since Scarlett Johansson sued them, they have dropped all those multi-deal contracts. That was the last one, actually. Jeremy Renner is done. Everything is new actors, new roles, right? This is the rebuilding year, like I've said it many a fucking time before. This is the rebuilding year for their brand, their universe, right? That's why you get the introduction of all these other younger characters. But they ain't got multi-year contracts. Not like that. So Oscar Isaac coming on to do this MoonKnight, they really wanted Oscar Isaac to come on and do it, but he only signed for those 6. He is not signing a contract for, well, we got these 6 and then we have another 6 and get you for the next couple of years. It gets too expensive. Everything is paring down. If you pay attention to the economy, everybody ain't flowing money like that. So they're not just going to throw it against the wall. That's why they're doing small screen stuff more than they're doing big screen stuff, especially after a pandemic. No, you get a show, 6. And if that works, you'll get more. If it doesn't, you won't, and they won't be out any money. Exactly, swappable characters, completely swappable. Yep, MCU changing of the guard. It's been that way. I would say Morpheus for the upcoming X-Men movies. They may lock those people in for maybe 3 movies, but that'll be it. You won't see them having contracts for like 5 or 6 fucking movies. You won't see that shit. because they have to prove that it'll work. That Marvel's X-Men will actually work. And who are they bringing back, and who are they letting go, and who are they rehiring, or just hiring new? It's a bunch of fucking. As a comic book fan, it's easy to say, "Oh yeah, we got the X-Men back. That's all wonderful." All right. As a movie studio who has to pay these fucking people, think of how many actors you got to deal with, how many contracts you have to negotiate to get the X-Men characters back. Just say you wanted the original 5. Hugh Jackman, fucking hell. Now I'm gonna forget all of their names like I don't know the shit. Anyway, just say the original 5. And you want to get them all back. You gotta sign new contracts for each one of them. And each one of them gets to negotiate that contract for what they want. How much money that's gonna be? You trying to throw that shit out there? Not like that. No. Nah. We'll negotiate this deal on this set of shit first. Let's get you signed on this and see if this works. Because if it's a stinker, you don't want somebody hanging around like Brie Larson, who still got a contract. No matter what goofy shit that bitch said, she still got a contract. And they still got to put out another movie with her goofy ass in it. And that's why it's not Captain Marvel 2, it's the Marvels. So it don't take the hit of association with her goofy ass saying some more shit. Let's see. You can hold on to that, baby. That's it. You needed more than me, so I'll pass on that one. Thank you, though, but I'll pass on that one. So Trail Bentley, appreciate your support. I will give you a 3B salute. Thank you, Trail. To my cinephilic brother, the Malika Me Bane, I will give you a 3B salute. What do you say? Peace and love. Peace and love to the fellow GeekElite. Appreciate you, Malika. I will give you a 3B salute. And to the measly me, I will give you a 3B salute. Appreciate you, measly me. Sorry about that. Some shit going on my screen. I wasn't seeing All right, so Oscar Isaac only being on for this series right now is understandable. He's got a rough ride with fucking comic book movies or geek movies, and he's actually a serious actor. He's a serious actor, so he'll need to do that shit. He doesn't. This is not how he's making all his bread and butter. So he can play something else. But just giving him that 6-issue contract or 6-episode contract kind of frees him up to see if he's feeling like doing it again. So you can credit Kevin Feige for that, about getting that finesse in to get him down on paper for 6 episodes. And if he likes it, he can come back and do more. That's Feige trying to give him a taste, give him a sample to see if he want to keep rocking. If you want to get down with the king. Kiss the glove, kiss the gauntlet, right? So far, the show is good. even though it's not a lot happening really. Story-wise, there's not a lot of shit happening. You're just getting into the mode of what's going on with this guy with these powers and stuff like that, right? And the switching back and forth between the personas. Otherwise, it's not actually a lot going on, but it's fun. The best parts of this episode for me was seeing Arthur Harrow talking to Stephen Grant and Khonshu in the background being pissed off, because that is what I love about fucking Khonshu. Khonshu is a dick. Shout out to Dr. Tia's son. Khonshu is a dick. Yes, he's always a dick. I've told you guys before, Khonshu don't necessarily like Mark. You don't like Mark. You just use him. You don't actually like this motherfucker. If you read that Lemire run, you'll see Khonshu been hanging out for a while. Just like, yeah, I'm going to use you. Oh, yes, I'm going to use you. I don't necessarily like you. You're going to do my bidding. It's going to get you fucked up. Right? Yeah, first taste is free. So push her. Look, there's a lot of shit you can learn from the street, and some of that is all sales psychology, dude. Look, we eat this first taste for free. You're going to see how you like that. See how you like that money. See if you want to come back to the table and fuck with us. Morpheus said they already used Lupita in Panther, so she can't be Storm. Storm has to have a certain exotic African look. Could be a hard casting call. No, it's not a hard casting call to me, Morpheus. Give me that chick that was Storm the last time. I liked her look. That actress, she was doing fine for me as Storm. She was. I'd love to see her come back as Storm. I would. I don't need Halle Berry. No. Nah. What the fuck? No. What up, Noostel? Must be getting ready to do your chalk talks. Y'all motherfuckers. Y'all supposed to be friends of mine. Shout out to the Art Beat, the Noostel. Came to hang with old Eddie Kang. Yeah, she was a good Storm. She was. She looked the part, and she's young enough to be pretty and see her grow into, the seasoned Storm. I'm fine with her. All you have to do is recast. And yes, to BGS's point, Halle is too old. Look, yeah, Halle old now. I don't want to see Halle Berry as Storm right now. I don't. She had her time. It's over. Done, baby. What was I just talking about? It's time to step off the stage and let the new talent step up and do their damn tap dance. That's what it's supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about progression. Sit the fuck down. You did good. Now let's watch this young chick work. They can keep the cast of the recent X-Men movies. I would even take back the Jean Grey chick. I need to warm up my coffee. My brain is not firing completely. It was a late day on everything. Sophia Stewart. No, that's Sophie Turner. Fucking hell, dude, throwing out wrong names. Sophie Turner. I take Sophie Turner back as Jean Grey. They just need a different Cyclops. That motherfucker looked too young. He looked like he was getting molested by his teacher. No, he's too fucking young. But I'll take Sophie Turner back. I'll take Sophie Turner back. Famke Jensen is old as fuck. Yeah, Famke Jensen is old as fuck. They wanted to put her in a cameo, come back as a Jean Grey from the future or some shit like that. Okay, I'd buy that, but no, she good. Famke's out of there. She did her thing too. I would take the other cast. I'll just make small changes, and they have to get Michael Fassbender back to play Magneto. If y'all don't do nothing else, if you can't make a decent goddamn deal with Michael Fassbender to get him to come back and play Magneto, you fucking up. You are fucking up. You look. Yeah, it's all well and good Patrick Stewart showing up in fucking Doctor Strange 2 as Xavier. Okay, fine, whatever the fuck. Cool. Don't leave James McAvoy sitting on the sideline, and don't you fuck off Michael Fassbender. No, you better not. No, sir. You better get Michael Fassbender. You fucking up. You got Oscar Isaac over here. Get Michael Fassbender over here. They all look alike. Shut up, Trill. They all look alike. Oh, you don't like Ty as Cyclops? No, you look too young. You look too fucking young. And shout out to my boy Sam. I really don't want to see another fucking Cyclops right now. If you really want to impress me with doing an X-Men movie, let's just switch it up to Havoc. Let's just run with Havoc. And fuck going back to Cyclops, Jean, Beast, and Iceman and shit. Angel. Let's move on from that. Let's get Team 2 in here. Let's get the Team 2, or let's get the X Factor squad or something else. Move it on. It's the same thing with the DC universe that I'll have with Marvel. Move the fucking shit on. Move it forward. I'm getting older. I've been told now I'm an old nigga in the yard. So let's move it on. I ain't got a lot of time. I like the actor who played Beast, but he needs to bulk up some more. Yeah, he spent too much time not being Beast. But that's how they were doing that transformation. There can be only one. Yep. 2 thumbs up on Fassbender as Magneto. Yeah, make it 3. Oh shit. Put up the other thing. Where did you hear that fucking rumor, Artie Moore? I know you like saying shit without no source. No. They will kill their franchise if they do that. That better only be a rumor from an uncredible source. That better only be a rumor from an uncredible source. If they make Professor Xavier Magneto black, that shit would suck ass. Because everybody, probably including this Negro, will reject that X-Men shit outright. I don't need them to be black. Want to give me somebody black? Fix Bishop. Fix Bishop. Do that for me. Show me some of them Bedlam brothers. Bring in Sync. Something. But you don't need to make Professor Xavier Magneto black. No, you don't. Get the fuck out of here. That shit. You want to see Sunfire? Yeah. X Factor, X Force. I love some Archangel. I do, Trail, but they kind of fucked me up with Archangel in the last couple of movies Fox did. They fucked up Archangel. Archangel is one of my favorite characters, and they really fucked him up. That shit looked so fucking goofy. It's like, stop. Just stop. Fuck. For fuck's sake. Yeah, they can bring back Darwin. As long as they show that he shouldn't have died from an explosion. Michael Jai White as Bishop. I'd take that. I'd take Michael Jai White as Bishop. I can see him being an old cop from the future. Good. He can be Lucas Bishop all day. Blood and Bone Bishop. From Forest to Legion, I want to see him all hit berries. Yeah, they need to bring some of that shit back. Do some of these other characters. And AB, yeah, I reject that shit. I don't want to see a black Magneto. I don't. Who's asking for that shit? Not me. That's like saying that Professor X would be a fucking chick. A bald chick sitting in a fucking wheelchair. So they can hit all the diversity cards. Fuck you. No. Don't do that shit. Yeah, they fucked up Archangel big time. And that's why I'm not for it. I'm good. I don't need to see Archangel for a while. They're actually getting a reprieve about me being okay with Sophie Turner and her Jean Grey. Because Sophie Turner is cute to me. She'll look like a Jean Grey. I think she's naturally a redhead anyway. So we ain't got to deal with that fucking shitty ass dye job they always have to do. And she's young enough to play an older character. You can play her as her age and not make them children again. We can get some better fucking stories. So yeah, I'd feel that. All right, give me 1 second because I got to get some coffee in my system. Because I am having misfires like a motherfucker. I'm gonna feel like the Moon Knight in this bitch. Because the amount of time I've been awake, I've been seeing the moon more every night. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. And this is ArtisanMc's coffee time. I actually need. I haven't even had breakfast yet. Oh, yes. To Beastly Noah's point, yes. And we need Rogue to show up. We really need a Rogue. And I don't give a fuck who it is. You can have Eric Page, as she is called now. You can have him show up and be Rogue. I don't give a fuck. I just need somebody to come into this universe as Rogue and put the touch of God on fucking Carol Danvers. That's what I need to happen in Marvel. And Gambit, I think they'll fuck up Gambit. I think they will. Even with Magic Mike playing Gambit, they'll fuck him up. I think they will. Because you won't have Jim Lee's input. That's his boy. Fuck them. They need to get away from that. Stop trying to trash Dr. King and Malcolm X's viewpoints in that shit. It worked for the movies. New movies have to be their own thing. They're going to have to stand on their shit. Because me personally, if I want to see a really good MCU movie with the X-Men, I want to see a Fatal Attraction storyline or something. I want to see Magneto holding the Earth hostage. And with Magneto holding the Earth hostage, I don't want to see him as Malcolm X holding the world hostage. How about that? No, I don't. How do I get a Onslaught story with X-Men and keep relating to Xavier as Dr. King? No. Drop that shit. It worked for a movie to give you a vehicle and an idea and some bumpers on how to make this character work in a movie. This is going to be your universe, tied into a regular universe. They need to be their own characters, how they are in the comics. They do. And they need them Southern accents. Yeah, legit Southern accents, not fake. Yeah. The Onslaught storyline will be a long way off. They've already brought Onslaught back in the X-Men books in that, what is it, Swords of X or whatever the fuck they brought Onslaught back for a hot minute. Onslaught was one of those dudes, one of those characters I really liked, but it'd be a long time before they ever get to an Onslaught movie. They'd have to build that character back up again. Yeah, but Onslaught would be nice to see on the screen. It would. That'd be awesome. Fucking psionic entity. Oh shit. All kind of special effects happening. They wanted to do a dynamic in the new X-Men movies. Yeah, I just read it. Anyway. So finishing up on the Moon Knight part. End of the episode, they end up in Egypt, which I'm pumped about because I want to see what they get into in Egypt. And I already know one of these scenes in here has been spoiled in a sense, but I don't know what the dialogue is for the scene. So the scene is Khonshu, Mark, and somebody else sitting on the sands in Egypt, and the sky is spinning and stuff like that, right? And it reads like Khonshu is explaining something to them. Hopefully it's about the Pantheon and what's going on. If the guys are showing them a different view of the universe, right? I want to see that because what I've seen in the YouTube space is some of the other geeks have actually picked up on the fact that Marvel is really entering a God era with these movies. Like, it shouldn't have been that hard to see. I said that shit over a month or so ago. That every one of these characters that they're bringing up right now is a different type of God. Little G or big G God. You got Khonshu, you got Gore the God Butcher. Need gods for him to kill. You got Odin, you got Thor, you got Bast, you got all these people in there. You got Mouth of Madness with or not Mouth of Madness, Multiverse of Madness with probably Chthon and some other people showing up in it. They're bringing in all this God pantheon so they can do these supernatural characters. I want the supernatural characters there. I do want the Midnight Suns there. I really do. I want to see that stuff on screen because I believe it would work. They just need a new Ghost Rider. You need a new Ghost Rider. And we need to see Blade on screen. Now, Blade is coming. He needs stuff to fight. You got Moon Knight. You got Blade coming. You got what, in October, you got this Moon Knight fighting Werewolf by Night. Okay. You got Doctor Strange. Missing a couple of elements. And I want to see those. One of the elements for the Midnight Suns, which it won't be the traditional team from the comics, I don't think. They're going to mix it up. Because we saw the Morbius movie, it doesn't really make sense to see how it would fit into the MCU. So Morbius might not be there. Brother Voodoo would be cool. Brother Voodoo would be cool. But he wasn't part of that original group. That original group of the Midnight Suns, Ghost Rider, Dan Ketch, Johnny Blaze, the Night Stalkers, Frank Drake, Hannibal King, and Blade, Morbius, the Living Vampire, and Strange. Some of those characters they could do, some of them they haven't done yet. So we'll see. MCU version is obviously going to be Moon Knight and Blade and whoever else they throw in there with them. Maybe Doctor Strange. I don't know if Benedict Cumberbatch is done after this Doctor Strange movie, if his contract is up or not. But it'll be interesting to see how it shakes out. I don't think they fucked up the Morbius movie. I think the Morbius movie is throwing people off for their expectations. And I think it's suffering in a way from the success of No Way Home. Right? It's suffering from No Way Home. Because No Way Home did so well, it looks underwhelming in comparison to No Way Home. But that's not the way to look at it. Because No Way Home is a Sony Marvel collab. Morbius is a Sony movie. And if you've watched the Andrew Garfield Sony movies and the other Spider-Man, the Tobey Maguire Sony movies, this Morbius movie is about standard for how Sony does a movie. You saw Venom, right? That's his comparison. That's their closest comparisons. Is it as good as the Venom 2 movie, or is it about just the same? Not the fucking same. That's Sony. So does it suck? No, but everybody wanted something to suck. That's why you have to ask these motherfuckers who jump up there and say it sucks. What? Give me 3 things that sucked about it. And they have to be original things that haven't already been said out there in this public space. See what they tell you there. More than likely, they'll divert onto some other shit. They'll make a beeline for running for a place of refuge where they know something about it. Nah. You know who I want for Johnny Blaze in the MCU? Nicolas Cage. I like Nicolas Cage as Johnny Blaze. I did. My only complaint with that whole movie is that I wanted Dan Ketch. You know, the 90s Ghost Rider? Yeah, that's what I wanted. Now they completely jumped over Dan Ketch and went right to Robbie Reyes with the Hell Charger. Where's Dan Ketch? I want my Dan Ketch. You give me Dan Ketch, you can have Robbie Reyes show up, played by Gabriel Luna. He can still show up. And you can have Nicolas Cage show up as Ghost Rider, John Blaze. You can. Multiverse, right? Well, there you go. Give me my Dan Ketch, the modern Ghost Rider on the street bike. Give me that one. So you can have the Harley, you can have a street bike, and you can have a Hell Charger, Fast and Furious Ghost Rider, and they can all ride together. Get real saucy, you can get Sam Elliott back to play the Old West Ghost Rider with the cowboy hat and the duster and the flaming horse. You really want to do something for me? And if you want to make it real special, get Ava Mendez fine ass back. Yeah, give me some Ava Mendez with the boobies. Yeah, straight to Reyes. Now that Disney Plus has their mature settings on Disney Plus, where you can get that Netflix content and stuff like that on Disney Plus, if you have your own Disney Plus. If you own somebody else's Disney Plus, they might have to upgrade you for that shit to be seen. But now that they have that on there, where you can have that mature content, they can. Ghost Rider would work better probably as a TV show, not a movie. It would. If you did a Midnight Sun show, it would work better as a TV show and not a movie. Because there's too much shit going on to get people interested in. Especially you doing supernatural stuff, you better make that a series. They had a whole show on the CW just called Supernatural for how many goddamn seasons? Is it still on the air? Did it ever go off? I'm not sure. Bunch of seasons. Supernatural stuff works on small screens because it gets you into that weekly continuity format. If you ever read the Midnight Suns book, they was going up against a whole bunch of supernatural bullshit. People flat out killing folks and harvesting souls and all kinds of shit. It's awesome. That works better in a serialized format and not a 2-hour movie format. It's actually cheaper too. Technology is out there. Use the shit wisely. Coffee. I did too, man. Spirit of Vengeance. Dark. I'll bring up the Malika Me Bane. I see you in the back, Malika. 6-episode series would be good. 8 if they were really trying to push it. But it depends on the story, what the story dictates.
I agree.
That story, if they could tell the story in 6 episodes, make it 6 episodes. But if 2 more episodes would make it round out the story so nothing was really rushed too bad and actually got the full breadth of it, I'll sit there for 8. I'll sit there for 8.
You know what I think the first 3 could be?
What's that?
They're already together. But then by the tail end of the 3rd and going into the 4th one, you see the flashback while together. And it brings everything to a cohesive pull to where if you have the last 2 episodes or the 7th or the last 4 episodes, if you're going to have 8, you bring it to that climactic ending. You know, you and I were both talking about, like, depending on how many people you're going to put in the if they did the Midnight Suns, you know, I mean, let's just say like we have our dream cast of the Midnight Suns. You have your people, I have my people, and all the people in the chat. And majority of us, we all want the top 3. We want Doctor Strange, we want Blade, and we want Moon Knight. Oh, and then we also want Ghost Rider. Whoever, everybody's going to have a poll of which one you want. Do you want Johnny Blaze? Do you want Ketch? Do you want Reyes? And for real, right there, those 4 is good enough.
Yeah,
that 4 right there, you know, when you see that, everybody's head's going to turn. They're going to be like, oh shit. And if it's like they said on TV, right in there, Disney Plus, they would make money off of that. Just them 4.
They'd make money off of that. And I'll tell you this. This is why this is my dream team for an MCU Midnight Suns. You need Blade. Obviously, you need Blade. I would accept Moon Knight on the squad because he fights supernatural people. So I'd accept him on the squad since they don't have Morbius in the MCU, right? I need Ghost Rider. I need a Dan Ketch Ghost Rider. You can cast a new actor and that'll bring down your cost on contracts because he's new. He can't ask for a shitload of money. Okay. Give me a Johnny Blaze. I do want Nicolas Cage. He can't ask for a lot of money either. But I need that Spirits of Vengeance time.
You know what? Yeah, I agree. I would have Nick Cage
and Strange. And I need Strange. It doesn't have to be Benedict Cumberbatch. It could just be Strange, not Doctor Strange. It could just be Strange. Whoever is the new fucking Sorcerer Supreme. And I would accept a new casting of Dr. Voodoo as a substitute. I would accept that shit. Oh, so I would accept that shit like a motherfucker.
So in other words, you would accept a new Sorcerer Supreme. It doesn't have to be Strange. It doesn't have to be Brother Voodoo. It doesn't have to be Wanda Maximoff.
No. I would excuse me, I said Dr. Voodoo. I would accept Brother Voodoo to take Strange's place on that team.
You know what I even accept?
He doesn't have to be the Sorcerer Supreme. He could just be Brother Voodoo. I'd accept that.
And you know what? I would like that because you're introducing a new character. And like I said, you're seeing like, all right, who's this? Here's something when I'm going out of left field. I would even accept a whole new different person that would be Spirit of Vengeance. A whole different person. And be like, well, who's this new cat that's in the MCU as Ghost Rider? And you know, you have everybody. Well, that's not Ketch. That's not Reyes. That's not Johnny Blaze. But then, like you said, if we bring Nick Cage in and he's teaching this kid, like how they showed in the comics when he was teaching Ketch, that'd be cool for guys like us. Be like, oh yeah, I remember that back in the 90s when he was teaching the new Spirit of Vengeance and everything, and when he had I don't know, I call it the cursed shotgun with the hellfire and stuff.
Pistol grip pump.
Yeah.
with the hellfire coming out of it. That's why I want that's why I want Nicolas Cage, Johnny Blaze to come back. Because in that Ghost Rider movie, you saw him learning how to channel hellfire.
Exactly.
Without turning into the Ghost Rider. That's Johnny Blaze's whole thing in the 90s, that he was connected to hellfire. And that Dan Ketch's Ghost Rider was not, his spirit of vengeance was not the Zarathos that Johnny Blaze was attached to. It was God's wrath, in a sense, a spirit of vengeance.
Yeah. Now, here's one thing that's cool whenever you have a story. You always have the two seasoned people, MoonKnight and Blade. Then you have the two unseasoned people.
2 to 3, right.
Right? You could have the new Ghost Rider and you can have the new Sorcerer Supreme. Let's just say it's Brother Voodoo. But I'm feeling how the way they would do
Brother Voodoo is dumb.
So but knowing how the way the MCU is, they're going to put a female in there.
Well, in the comic books, they already killed Stephen Strange, and then Clea is now the Sorcerer Supreme. So
and I don't mind that, but we got to see how the way they would do the
MCU would be a black woman.
Yeah, or how they
Sister Voodoo.
Even if they did that, but it got to make sense. I know Angry Man would have a field day with it, though. But my thing is, but I would say we got to have what is like. You have the heroes, but we got to have the villain or the villains, and what is the real? What are they doing? What could we pull out from the Marvel universe that they could fight? They don't need Dracula. They don't need something outrageous or extreme, but something that we've seen in the past.
Very simple. Very simple.
What is that?
Mephisto.
Okay.
Mephisto.
Bring him back.
You do an 8 episode arc, an 8 episode story with the Midnight Suns. At the end of it, they're actually going up against Mephisto. They can go up against Mephisto, Blackheart, some of his other sons or something like that, or just deal with Mephisto in general. And that's the shit they're running with. That was one of the things about really enjoying reading the Spirits of Vengeance back in the 90s, is that you saw all kind of supernatural creatures coming for these motherfuckers, all kind of demons. What was that chick Lilith? She showed up too. There was a whole bunch of other shit going on. It was a whole nother side of the Marvel universe that had crap going on, that he's like, dude, this is a whole nother world of fucking characters I don't know about. So you got the X-Men over here dealing with all they mutant shit. You got the regular Avengers over here dealing with all these people from space and all the rest of the shit. And then over here in this supernatural corner of the world, it's a whole bunch of really nasty, gritty shit going on, with humans and innocents and all kind of shit going on. And a whole nother host of fucking demons and spirits. And it was a whole bunch of other stuff going on. You never have to touch any of that stuff.
Yeah.
All you have to do is respect these supernatural characters.
I like the first Ghost Rider was interesting when you had
Spain. Lilith was a motherfucker. That whole what was it, the Siege of Darkness shit? Wasn't that Lilith?
Yes.
In the background, fucking with everything. Mephisto wasn't even a part of it. It was like, damn, we got other problems, dude.
And I would like how the way they're connecting these pieces that can lead to something. And I would like that at the end they defeated something, but then they realized, oh crap, it's leading to something bigger.
Shit. Spain is right. I forgot Damien Hellstorm. You need Hellstorm on the team.
Remember on Hulu.
Hold on, Malika. Yes, you need Damien Hellstorm. And Hellstorm has a TV show.
Yeah.
I haven't watched this on Hulu. So he's already technically there. Technically, he's there. But yes, that would work. 1 second. All right. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Malika.
No, you answered what I was about to say. They already have the Hellstorm show. I don't know if it's still on Hulu, but I think they had it on for a season or two.
Yeah, it's still on Hulu. They have Hellstorm. They have Cloak and Dagger on there still. Hit Monkey, which is fun. Yeah, I totally forgot about Hellstorm. Hellstorm, you need Hellstorm on this spot. There's a lot of people, a lot of their supernatural characters in Marvel that they kind of got away from and didn't push as heavily because, let's be honest, in this fucking puritanical Judeo-Christian kind of world, supernatural stories are fun sometimes in different places, but they don't get a lot of shine like they need to, even though it's some of the more interesting stuff. People don't like some people don't like having their ideas challenged. Some people don't like having a worldview challenge. That maybe this is not it. Maybe all this other stuff is running around here and it ain't fucking nice. Just when it was getting damn good. Well, it got canceled because it was on Hulu, and they weren't pushing that shit. They weren't pushing it for shit. How many people knew it was even out there?
Very few.
I'm a fan, and I still ain't watched the shit yet.
Yeah, only comic heads knew about it
because it was on fucking Hulu.
Same thing with Cloak and Dagger.
They don't push it as hard. I don't know how that's set up. If it's left on Hulu to promote or something like that, but they weren't promoting it for shit. So I'm not surprised that it got killed.
Same thing with the Runaways too.
Same thing with the Runaways. That's the other show that's on Hulu. Runaways. And Runaways was good. Real comic heads who read the comic book and stuff like that were watching that show. My boy Zach, he was watching Runaways faithfully. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing there?
All right.
I want to show in the comic store.
Okay.
Let's take a look around. You keep your helmet on. We're gonna be back on in a minute.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting us in.
No, no problem. The door was open.
Yeah. Oh, we got
Nintendo
games, man. Old school Nintendo.
Yeah. So if you hear me talking, I'm live streaming. I'm not.
Oh, okay. Do you have a Super Nintendo?
No, not for sale.
Are they reasonably priced these days?
Reasonably priced.
Yeah, they're not that bad for an old school unit.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not the $150 you would have paid to buy it new. So
yeah.
It's like $40, $50.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's some like classic, man. Oh, PS4. Yeah, we gotta get your PS4 working nice. Excellent.
Go ahead, Malika.
No, I was just saying. I don't know. I would like to see the Midnight Suns because that is tackling an area where this is cool. I like the supernatural, how the way they would tackle it. I like how the way they tackled it with the first two Blades. I like how the way that MCU is tackling it with Doctor Strange. And one thing what I like that they did with the MCU is, especially with Multiverse of Madness, it's not like, oh, you just started tampering with magic and you start tampering with time and space and everything's cool. It's like, no, you messed something up.
That's what gets it.
You know, I like how the way they said, okay, you open the door, you open the Pandora's box, but then you try to close it right quick. Don't think nothing didn't escape and don't think things aren't changed. Like, I like how the way it's like, okay, you mess with time and space. You mess with time and space. This thing's still kind of messed up. That's like
there's a consequence for doing that stuff.
Exactly.
There is a consequence.
Like if we mess with time and space, but then all of a sudden there's an alternate artisan walking around. Maybe there's the evil artisan walking around.
Well, according to Joe Thompson, I do have a doppelganger walking around. Yeah. According to him, I have a doppelganger. He's met us both. So might not
remember Chris Claremont's run on Excalibur with Alan Davis, where they did the cross time capers. And when they would travel, they would always have the alternates of themselves, and they saw that, like, you know, you had the female Captain Britain, you had the evil Captain Britain. That was cool, but you know, that's the genius of Chris Claremont, where he's making things well written. And it was like, okay, you have to get back. And they said, well, you got to get back to your time. And they were like, well, why? Because if you're staying out of your time, you're causing an imbalance. And the more time you're out of your time loop, you're still going to keep causing imbalance because you're shifting things around, which was very cool. And I was like, oh, okay. And I kind of like that. So that's why I'm kind of interested in Doctor Strange. I keep saying the Mouth of Madness too. The
Yeah,
multiverse
because
of madness.
you and I know that movie. That's
Yeah.
that's why. That was the obvious connection of recollection with the Mouth of Madness movie. That's why they picked that title, Multiverse of Madness. It's like because it's name recognition, so people start remembering the name of that show because of that. They've heard it before. It's like Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Well, you and I are of the same age. We know about the Falcon and the Snowman, right?
Exactly.
It just reverse. It plays on the same idea. Social meme. Evil artisan, clean shaven. That's funny, Trail. Yeah, I have to be clean shaven. Yeah, Artinesis of Borg.
Artinesis of Borg.
Patch and a scar on the eye. I do have a scar on my eye. He has to not have a scar on his eye. I got two, one on each one. Yep, John Carpenter's Mouth of Madness. It was insane, but good. Yeah, I love John Carpenter. Love John Carpenter movies and John Carpenter soundtracks because he always did his own music.
Yes, he did.
He did. So, what you got on this MoonKnight? Have you been catching that?
I've been delinquent. I haven't seen it yet because of work, and I've been tired, man. I've been listening here and there. I mean, I caught a little bit of it when I just came on. You can ruin it for me. I've been hearing good things about it.
Yeah, I was talking about it earlier. What's up, No One? Package man showed up. You got the
All
package?
right, I have a question.
All right.
Honest question. What do you think about it for real? So far, what do you think about it for real? Even though it's 3 episodes in.
It's 2 episodes in, and what I think about it for real, I think it's good. I really love Oscar Isaac's performance. I like how the costume looks in motion. I was concerned about that when I saw the first, leaked photo of it. I was concerned about it. How he gets his crescent daggers is cool. It is an idea that I had. It's like, damn, I gotta stop throwing stuff out loud. But it's cool that he just pulls it off of his chest.
Okay.
I like the way Khonshu shows up and actually talks. I didn't like F. Murray Abrams' voice initially, but it's growing on me. It is what it is. But I do like Khonshu showing up. He does look creepy and terrifying when you see him, especially in flickering lights and stuff like that. That fucking ghostly head. That head is like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, right? I love how the way Khonshu appears.
Yeah.
I love that.
And how
I love the look from the comics.
Yeah, exactly. Have a good one.
Let me change this. I like the modern view of Khonshu in the comics instead of just the ghostly head.
Yeah.
With a pharaoh crown and stuff from back in the day.
Yeah, no. I'm calling that the Lemire version of him. The Jeff Lemire version of him is that one where it's just a floating skull. I'm waiting to see if they have him show up in the Mr. Knight suit too, with the Khonshu floating head, because those were I took some of these pictures out of the Jeff Lemire book too, because I was going to use them on for a thumbnail. But if you guys have never seen it, this is one of my favorite images from the Jeff Lemire run of MoonKnight. And I sent it to Dr. Tia-san because Dr. Tia-san and BGS because it's funny. Let's see if I can get that out. Damn it, it's always some fucking glare. If you can see, that's Khonshu in the Mr. Knight suit looking down on a young Mark Spector. And what he's telling them at this moment is like Mark Spector is like getting expelled from school or some shit, right? And Khonshu is talking to him because he's been talking to him since he was a kid. That goes into the whole line in the show about him being broken for a long time. And Khonshu using that. And that Khonshu was sitting there talking to him. It's like, that man there thinks he's your father. He's not really your father. I am. Because he's been sitting there with this mortal for a while. He's been sitting there just, grooming this little motherfucker for a minute. And that gets into the whole thing like with Thanos, that if you read the Thanos Rising book, Death herself was with him since he was a child. Since he was born, Death had been there, and he thought it was just his friend. He didn't realize none of the other kids couldn't see this motherfucker. He was the only one who could see it. So Death had been there forever with him, and was, kind of guiding him along his path. Like, oh yeah, you should cut that thing open. That'd be cool. What does that look like? Like this. These pictures of Khonshu. Oh, you guys can see my judgment eyes. That's my forward judgment eyes. Khonshu looked creepy in the Jeff Lemire one. It was almost terrifying, and it wasn't drawn in a terrifying fashion, but he looked fucking freaky as shit. Like, dude, this is unsettling. And he would do some shit that was unsettling.
And that's what I liked about this.
That's what I liked about it.
I liked about the spirit. It was like
he just chilling, talking shit to him. Fucking hell. Yeah, Piccolo and Gohan for real. But go ahead.
No, I just liked how the way the dynamic of you have a god using you, or just not a god, or can't you? But you can, a godly spirit using you. You're his avatar, but no, you're just the thing, and you're to do this. And I like how the way Khonshu's, you're supposed to do this, and like you always see Mark Spector being conflicted. And I heard from this TV show, you really start seeing his confliction and the problems. Yes. And I'm like, okay.
Yes. You see the conflict between him and his other personality and him and Khonshu. And you get that Stephen Grant will hear Khonshu. Khonshu doesn't like Stephen Grant. He's a nuisance, right? His deal is with Mark Spector. Same body, different persona, right? Mark Spector is low-key afraid of Khonshu. He is afraid of Khonshu a bit. And Khonshu fucks with him in a way like a Sith would fuck with somebody to manipulate them. Low-key threats and shit like that. Like, what the fuck? So one of the best scenes is when you get Mark Spector persona taking control of the body, and then Khonshu shows up and he's just talking to him all around him. And you see that he just keeps moving. And then he finally drops down in the middle of this little area and starts walking up on him, moving the chairs and shit. And it's invisible. You can't see it. And then he's just up there, just in his ear, just looming over him, talking. That shit was shot beautifully. You got to watch this shit because you're a film dude. You got to watch this. The camera angles and the stuff they use look really good. It looked really good. It was a good performance.
Now, I have a question. The Stephen Grant persona and then the Mark Spector persona. How is the change in the personality different with Oscar Isaac's? Is it well?
The change in the personality is awesome. And I said this before, it's not easy for actors to do that. There's different inflections in both of these characters. And it's a different way he actually looks. How you doing, Brian? You waiting on Marvel stuff, right? Yeah. So we got 8 boxes of Marvel stuff coming in this week. Hopefully it's not all free comic book based stuff. It's some of the actual shit order that they were holding off on. Yeah. But it was stuff for last week and stuff like that. So it's 8 boxes. It should be here by Tuesday. So we'll see what's in the box. It'll be a surprise for everybody. Yeah. But I did order all the stuff on your list that you wanted. So it should be here. It better be here. To the point. Inflections. The way Oscar Isaac actually pitches his head and looks when he's doing Mark Spector is more serious. It's actually more looking over his brow line at you and more serious, that he's actually fixated and focused on you. Stephen Grant is usually all over the place. He does quirky stuff with his mouth. He does quirky stuff with his hands and stuff like that. It's there. But then it's also the vocal range where he's jumping from English to his accent for Stephen Grant. Right? And the characters in it when he actually meets Lila, she talks about that. It's like, what's with that stupid fucking accent, right? But it makes you realize how good he's doing it. You wonder if Oscar Isaac is using his real accent when he's Stephen Grant, or is he using his real accent when he's talking as Mark Spector, who is supposed to be an American, not somebody who's from London, right? So you get that in between, and it shows up really good when they're in scenes where they can see each other through reflections, right? So he'll see his reflection. If it's Stephen Grant, he can see Mark Spector in the reflection. Mark Spector is talking to him from that reflection, right? And you'll see the difference in the performance right there happening at the same time. It's like, that's fucking awesome. Right?
That's what I like. See,
Yeah, that's what I like.
What I like too. And that brings mad depth.
Yeah, no, when he even walks different in each of those personas. Yeah. Stephen Grant walks more hunched over and squat and shit in his legs. Mark Spector upright about that business.
Because
he runs different too. He runs different.
Okay.
He runs different too.
There you go. Very good.
Different. Mark Spector MoonKnight runs like he is a runner. Right? This is somebody who's trained and ran. Stephen Grant is all over the place, wild running like
Barney
scared
Fife.
animal. Barney Fife, scared animal. Barney Fife. Shout out to Don Knotts. R.I.P. to Don Knotts. Mr. Limpet and Barney Fife. So
Mr. Furley. Ralph Furley.
Get that Furley, boy. But go ahead. But yeah, it's a lot of different stuff in his performance. That
remember, now here's a throwback from the 70s. Remember Sally Field played in Sybil?
Sally Field, great actor.
Now, what she did to prepare for that, she actually went to sanitariums and hung around and watched people that had multiple personality disorders. And she also read the book Sybil. And in the book, Sybil had like 10 or 12 different personalities.
Yes, she did.
Now, the way Sally Field did, like how you said, when she played the shrinking violet personality, she put her head down, the way she wore her head, the type of where she glasses, like you said, she had her voice. But then when she played the vibrant personality, how the way she wore clothes and different stuff, I was like, and I remember seeing it when I was a kid, and I remember seeing bits and pieces as an adult. I said, wow, that's great acting, just certain stuff. Christopher Reeve, when he played Clark Kent, he literally hunched himself over. His suits were made bigger. The tailor made his suit bigger because like he was awkward. The way he combed his hair, he said he was portraying Cary Grant. And I forgot what I think it was Cary Grant in the Philadelphia Story when Cary Grant would have the fedora and the glasses on. And then when he said Superman, like how he said, Superman is really him. That's why Superman's erect. He stands tall, his chest is broad. He said even the smile is different. Like Clark Kent would smirk. If you ever notice, like if Clark Kent smiled, he would smirk on the side, like he was really afraid to smile. But when Superman, when he talked, he always smiled. And Margot Kidder said how the way you could tell Christopher Reeve would put it on. He said he would stand and he would just stand and we have a smile.
Big broad smile.
That big broad smile that, you know,
full
okay. Yeah. Where just the smile makes you believe in him. It's like, oh yeah, Superman, yeah, that's a part of it. That's the image of it. And that's where he wanted to give that, you know, he wanted you to give this image that you believe in him, that he is this hero and he's the hero of the people, kind of like a politician, even though the politician is BSing you, but he wanted to give that. And I was just like, wow. He said he had to take it because, well, you know, he's classically trained. Christopher Reeve was classically trained. So he says, how am I going to try to make two people diametrically opposed, but they have the same kind of goal? And I was like, okay. And that was very cool. And ever since I was a kid, looking back how the way Christopher Reeve would prepare for that, I was like, wow, that's amazing how the way an actor is actually trying to portray an image of a character. Now, very rarely you kind of see it with certain actors that did the Bruce Wayne. You know, Robert Pattinson did differently with this Bruce Wayne. But
Because he wasn't Bruce Wayne.
yeah, like
He was Batman masquerading as Bruce Wayne and wasn't pulling it off.
like I would love to see a portrayal in the future of somebody that is Bruce Wayne, the persona, but then you have Batman, the other persona.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I mean, now you're putting out like, you know, now you got MoonKnight, Mark Spector, Stephen Grant, and who else we might appear?
Mr. Knight.
Yeah, Mr. Knight. What was the was the cab driver? What was the cab driver's name back in the 70s?
I think it was Crawley.
Yeah.
Crawley. And he's actually in the show, kind of.
Okay.
He's in the show.
Is Frenchie in the show?
I haven't seen Frenchie yet, but that's the thing. There's a character in the show, and they haven't actually named him. I have to go back and look at the credits and see if he's named in that show. But basically, he's a street performer, and he's pretending to be a statue.
Okay.
The whole time, and Stephen Grant goes and talks to him like every day, brings him food, but he's pretending to be a statue, so he's not moving. Second episode, he finally moves when Stephen hugs him. He does it too, but I think it's supposed to be either Crawley or Frenchie.
Okay.
Now I'm thinking that Frenchie has not showed up yet because they're not explaining how Mark is getting to all these places, to Egypt, to what looked like Latveria. They're not explaining how he got there.
Okay.
But he had to get there some kind of fucking way. He didn't fucking walk. So I'm thinking there's a Frenchie in there somewhere. They just haven't showed that part. So
and somehow Mark has a form of disposable income that we don't know about.
Because he has a storage. He has a storage set up with a cot and all the rest of that stuff, which means that Mark Spector actually spends some time in the body at times without Stephen Grant being there. So while he's walking around doing Mark Spector shit that he has to do, Stephen Grant's is asleep inside of his mind, and those are the days that Stephen Grant is just missing and shit. Don't know what the fuck is going on. And it sounds like what happened is, story-wise, that I'm putting together from these two episodes, Mark Spector was tracking down Arthur Harrow, and he was undercover as Steve Grant in this fucking museum. And something happened to where he got stuck in that Stephen Grant persona. And that's why he's been there for months.
Okay.
And Lila didn't know where he was and thought he was dead and all the rest of that, because he went off on a mission and, like, you know, deep cover operative or something like that, he had lost himself to the cover that he was supposed to have, and it's turned into a whole actual person. It was like it wasn't supposed to be. It was supposed to be a cover for him to get information, and he got lost in that shit. So that's what I think is going on with him. And I'm really wanting to see this. This is the third episode, so this is kind of, you know, the pivot point. You got to amp up a bit on this episode, especially going to Egypt, that you'll get to see all those other scenes of what Mark Spector was actually fucking doing.
Okay.
What he was doing, how good his fight scenes are, you know, how badass Mark Spector actually is, because Mark Spector, from the end of the second episode to the next episode, he's in charge of the body. He hasn't relinquished control of the body.
Gotcha.
He in charge. He's getting drunk and chilling in fucking Egypt. He got a nice goddamn room. Like, what? Where is that Egypt? I get a lot of pictures of Egypt, motherfucker. Where is that spot? God damn, that's a good spot of the pyramids, homie.
But you know what that's cool, because now you see the other persona of what Mark Spector is and who he is.
You have to.
Yeah.
And that story-wise, you have to see that. Like, I'm fine with the format of, if I got 2 episodes of 1 episode fully of learning who Stephen Grant was, 1 episode of half of Stephen Grant and half of learning who Mark Spector is, I could do another episode of just Mark Spector knowing fully what he is and getting to see him showcase for 1 whole episode. So you get the understanding of how different these 2 personalities actually are and what both of them bring to the table.
And that's good storytelling.
It would be good storytelling.
And like how you said, okay, and here's the challenge. This is the real challenge. Like you said, okay, you got 6 episodes, right?
Hmm.
All right, you're coming up on the 3rd one this week.
Coming up on the pivot point, it's the middle.
So it's like, okay, how are we going to make something really good and sustainable within 6 episodes to make people be like, wow, that was good, you know? And it's like, okay, that's interesting. And people wanting more, that, you know, if it does good, are we going to get a 2nd season of this?
Hmm. How you folks doing?
Good. How you doing?
All right. If you need help, just let me know. And if you hear me talking, I'm live streaming, not crazy.
Okay.
Okay. And you got on the right hat. Good job. Came in with an A's hat on. I'm like, good job.
Hey, they won today. So,
Good.
first time for everybody.
Yeah.
And
It happens. I got like 100 or so games. Like,
Are you gonna get a couple, right?
yeah, you better get a couple.
You gotta believe. We're saying I'm taking our home opener. I was like, please don't want to come in and defeat us.
Yeah, you can't lose in your home opener. That's not the way you open at home. You don't open at home with a loss. That's not good.
Now, I got a question to ask, and I know everybody in the chat that's probably already saw it. I'm kind of late. Is this suit mystically powered? How the way, like you said, the way the instant change comes about?
Yes.
Okay.
Shout out to the Woo Beast, Charles Faulkner in the building.
That ain't Charles Faulkner.
Shout out to the Woo Beast. You can come up here too, because it was your birthday last week. And you wasn't in here when I told you happy birthday. Go ahead, Malika.
I said that ain't the Woo Beast. That's Roadblock, man.
That's Roadblock. I call him the Woo Beast because I keep putting Woo in there. We was talking about Voltron, so it's like, never Road Beast. He's Woo Beast. Woo Beast. Sooner or later, somebody would catch on. You know, I throw stuff out there like that just to see how deep y'all geek go.
That's the Woo Beast from Baltimore.
Right? It's a psychology thing. You know, I just want to see where you at. You make that connection. How did you?
Taking back your GeekElite card.
Yeah, look, you might lose a strike. It's okay. It's okay. We'll go ahead, Malika.
So how's the cape look? It looks cool. The animation of it looks cool.
The cape, the animation on the cape looks good, but I believe it's all CG.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing.
Yeah, it looks
kind of like how the way they do Superman's cape when, like, you know, he's in the air and it's flowing and everything, which makes sense.
Which makes sense if he's in the air, just standing prone and stuff like that. I think when he's running, like there's a scene in episode 2 where he's running along the rooftop, which looks awesome, right? Because you actually seeing him, you know, in charge of his body. You've been watching his character for an episode and a half, not really having charge over his body, and now you're getting to see costume in full effect, how it functions, how it moves on him. And he just running, the cape is flapping, the hood is on. I'm like, yes, parkour that shit, right? And the cape is flowing, it looks good. I think part of it is CG and part of it is practical. Like if he's standing prone, it's a practical cape. When he's actually running or moving or something like that, it's a CG cape. And obviously there's one CG scene obviously in it where he's jumping and it's going to turn into the whole crescent shape, which is straight from the comics. Yeah, like straight from the comics, which I love. I'm waiting to use that thumbnail. Right. So sometimes it has to be CG. I get that. That's fine. But
if
I'm
it's
not
used
sure if they're
right
using it all the time CG. If they're using it all the time CG, that might get a little.
They had one of the leaked photos, right? My boy had showed me where the certain parts where you know most of the suits have like little markers and things where it goes on
CG
where
markers.
CG markers, and it showed it. And where either the stunt guy or Oscar Isaac in the costume is standing in a green scene or a green screen. I'm sorry,
Mhm.
And I was like, you really couldn't get it because it was grainy and it was like tail end of last year. So
Mhm.
we really didn't understand. We really didn't get a look at it because we didn't know it was like half looking like mummy wrappings and
Mhm.
all that. I was like, oh, it looks weird, but I was like, okay, I'll wait. But then when you saw what they did, I was like, oh, okay, that's why they had that. Oh, that's why these marks were there. Oh, the glowing gold is the reason why that. Oh, I got it. Okay, so
Yeah, that part actually sold me on it because initially when I saw the leaked photo of the costume, I was worried about the whole mummy wrapping look because read the comics, it never looks like mummy wrapping. It's just a costume he puts on, right? But going with the whole mystical element of it, where it's forming out of nothing, like a Guyver costume, right? Okay, I'm fine with that. That means you can always have a costume, and you never have to worry about, jumping in the phone booth or going behind a building and pulling out your underwear and stuff like that. You don't have to do that. It just forms over whatever you're already wearing, which I like. I use that for my comic book characters, right? That works. But if you look at the costume is a representation of Egyptian mummification, but it's also identical to Khonshu's costume.
exactly.
And that's the good tie-in to have the two of them together to make it understood that he's actually wearing the same costume Khonshu is. He is.
Because
So
it's
it's like,
Khonshu's
okay,
avatar.
because he's Khonshu's avatar. So it binds them together in a way that gives him his differentiation, but also gives that the similarity between him and Khonshu, which I like. That actually looks pretty cool. With the whole mummy wrapping, it works better when seeing how it forms around him and wraps around him. That makes it look cooler. So it's cooler to have the mummy wraps at that point. So at that point, I'm like, okay, I'm good. I'm cool. I'm partial to the black and white MoonKnight costume, but I'm liking this mummy wrap version. Okay, I'm
I
fine with
just
that.
like it all. I was like, okay. First of all, my thing is, if you're going to sell me on something different,
Sell me on something different.
yeah, make it make sense to me. I'm like, okay,
That's usually all I ask for. I just want it to make sense. Just make it make
exactly.
show that you actually care a little bit, a bit, at least 50%, and make it interesting.
How's
Give me
Ethan
an
Hawke's
explanation. I
character?
might rock with you. Let you rock out with that for a minute.
I'm sorry, I said, how is Ethan Hawke's character?
Ethan Hawke, look, I've been rocking with Ethan Hawke since Explorer, since before Explorers, right? So Ethan Hawke is always good to me. I've never overly criticized Ethan Hawke's performance in anything I've seen him in. Anything I've seen him in, I've never had over criticism of his performances because he always turns in a good performance. His Arthur Harrow, I'm amazed at how this character can go through these emotional spikes and stuff like that, but always seem like he's being kind of calm. But some of the words that he's saying and the dialogue he's giving is really threatening. It's really threatening. He's really threatening. The second episode, he started losing his stuff a little bit. Like he's losing his patience with Stephen Rant, because Stephen Rant just don't get it, and he's like, I'm tired of explaining it to you too. So what we gonna do? So his whole David Koresh cult leader kind of situation that he has going on with these people, you actually see, hey, this is kind of cool setup you got going on here. These people teach each other stuff and whatnot, but at the same time, he's threatening them. Like, yeah, we're sitting down having soup, but I'm gonna need that scarab. You're gonna have to get it up. And it made it kind of reminiscent of Training Day in a sense, where he was sitting down with was it Smiley and all them playing cards and didn't know that he got left there to get killed. Like it's that same kind of tension. Like, this ain't right. We all sitting here having a good conversation, but something is not going on smooth here. Something's up. You get that same feeling. But it now is him delivering the lines in the scene and not him being, fed lines in the scene. Like, yeah, he about to get killed. They about to kill this dude. You don't know it. He about to get killed. So it was kind of like that for me with this scene of Arthur Harrow. He's telling him, he like, oh yeah, you see Khonshu right now? Yeah, he's talking to you. Yeah, he's threatening. Yeah, he likes to do that. He just blowing Khonshu off completely. Like, yeah, oh, he here? Oh yeah, whatever, man. He can't do. That's all he can do. That's all he can do, Mark. He all piss and win. He's actually gaming to him and unbothered by all of it. He's really unbothered by all of it. So he's not like acting like he's above it. He's really personable. But the stuff he's saying is like it has weight. You understand it? It has weight. And when he sits there and calls out the damn Anubai on his ass, like, oops, well, he got a live line to the hellhole. Well, you better might want to get that man what he wants. Because he got tired of it. He was like, okay, let's call this jackal forth and let's get it. That's what's gonna happen. Sorry, you made me do this to you.
Well, Ethan Hawke said he got that character from watching David Koresh and getting inspiration from him and the Branch Davidians. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I believe it. And that's why I'm waiting to see more on the development of his character, of how he ended up becoming, I guess, the avatar of Enid and not being the avatar of Khonshu at some point. Did he just turn him off? Did he just decided he didn't want to do it? Like, how did you get out of that deal, homie? Like, how did that work? Because it would seem like how they're setting it up is that Khonshu and Haro have beef. And Khonshu is only using Mark to get back at Haro. And Enid, right? The other guy. Because Khonshu is petty. Khonshu petty. So I'm really interested to see how that plays out in the story-wise. And that's why I'm saying, even knowing some of this character, not knowing everything about MoonKnight, but knowing some of the characters, it's more fun for me because I get to sit there now and get in a position where I don't know everything that's going to happen, so I can actually watch it and enjoy it and speculate on it and have some fun with it, and not just, I know everything that's going to happen. What did they do? What did they change? That's why I watch new stuff that I don't know anything about, because I like that experience of it, not having it spoiled and that excitement building up for the show. As opposed, I know everything is going to happen. They're only doing this story. They never changed anything. Like, that's not even interesting to say. We got a new movie coming out, and it's exactly what you read in the comic. Why do I want to watch your movie? No, I've read the book already. Nah, I'm good. It wouldn't work.
People want iterations. We need an iteration.
We
need an adaptation. That's what it's called. That's why it's called an adaptation.
Adaptation or a synthesizing of new material and old material, pulling it together to give you a new story that can stand on its own but still pay homage to the original source material.
You know what I like? How the way they did this in the latter versions of MoonKnight with the multiple personality disorder. In each one of the personalities, he has certain skills, meaning that, okay, let's just say the Stephen Grant, right? Stephen Grant don't know how to shoot a gun. Stephen Grant don't know boxing, martial arts, doesn't know how to do all the very technical and martial skills that MoonKnight has. But Stephen Grant might have knowledge in something where Mark Spector doesn't have. And then there's another alter that might have, let's say this guy might be a computer scientist, or he might be this botanist, but it's like, oh damn, how did this guy know all this other stuff? And that's very cool. And it's like, well, when did he develop this? When did he develop this?
That's the funny part, because you would think in some sense they were all part of Mark Spector, right?
Yeah.
It was all part of Mark Spector's skill set, but it got broken up between the different personalities when his mind started fracturing. So different parts of his mind took different parts.
I love that when Captain America doesn't want him on the team, he says, no, he's a wild card. No. No. He's a wild card.
Yes, it is. Antonio, thank you.
Thank you.
You too. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
All right.
I love it. You're multitasking.
Always multitasking.
What is it a live stream about?
It's about MoonKnight right now. It's about geek stuff because I'm in a comic shop, but we're talking about the MoonKnight show right now.
Oh, I haven't even seen it. Is it good?
Yeah, it's actually really good. So next one comes out on Wednesday night.
Okay.
Well, midnight, early Wednesday. So if you wake up early Wednesday morning, you can watch it.
Okay, all right.
So that could be your first viewing of a Wednesday. Like, what do I need? Oh, I can watch MoonKnight because it's on right now. I'll stay up till midnight. You don't need to do that. Save your late nights for when you're old. 1427. There you go. It may ask you to sign. No, I'm sorry. Make it easier for you.
You sign that or not?
Nope.
Hey, have a good one.
You too. You're welcome. Enjoy your comics.
I have a question for the Disney Plus subscription. Do they still have a certain amount for a year, or they have it between monthly? Or
I think so. I think they still have a certain amount for you. If you were able to watch TV more, I'd probably hook you up. Because look, I'm not upset about my Disney Plus subscription. I told you all that I'm happy with paying what I pay for a Disney Plus subscription because I only pay it once a year.
Okay.
Which is how most of this shit should be, in my opinion. I shouldn't have to pay HBO Max every fucking month. You ain't got shit to watch every month.
Shoot, today?
Probably seen most of that shit already.
Can I tell you something? Today and tomorrow, I will binge watch, man. Shoot, I got time. My days off.
Yeah, but I hate me personally, because like you guys see, I multitask a lot. I don't have time to keep checking on you every fucking month. Look, give me one price. If it's reasonable, I pay for the shit and we're done with it.
Mm-hmm.
We're done with it. I'll catch you next year at this time.
That's true.
I will. And
That's
if I
the way
like
they used
what
to.
I got for the year, then I'll up you again. If not, you get Netflix shit. Like within a year billing cycle, we're going to increase your prices. Well, fuck you. You ain't increased the amount of content that I like. Look, what are you basing it on? Oh, I got tacos. Oh, I got street tacos.
Which kind of tacos did you get, man?
Chicken, shredded chicken tacos.
Okay.
Shredded chicken with cilantro. I will make you hungry. Now it ain't from Hella Bomb Tacos because he's not there, but and some sangria.
The blood drink.
And some sangria. I need one of these. Need that in your life. That's geek shit. Punisher bottle cap? Yes. Punish that bottle. Anyway, excuse me. Trail said, excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. Well, said, I wish they could have explored Hulk in such a manner. Joe Fixit, Grey Hulk. Hopefully they'll go into some of the Hulk stuff in the She-Hulk show because he's going to be there and they're going to touch on more of the Hulk characters. Hopefully Hulk can get some development. Not that I hate Mark Ruffalo. I don't hate Mark Ruffalo, but his Hulk is taking a lot of heat because people don't like seeing the Hulk not kick somebody's ass.
I agree.
It's not the Hulk they want. They want the Hulk that is the strongest and will actually go out there and have a fucking fight. Me personally, I would love to see the Hulk like Mark Silvestri draws him with long ass hair and shit like that, and it's just Hulk and Banner is separated from him. And you get to see Banner is fucking crazy. And the Hulk is like, man, just leave me the fuck alone and I'll be good. You ain't trying to kill me, I ain't bothered with you. But you keep shooting missiles at me, you're going to get these green hands. Same thing with the Joe Fixit character. He was just working. It was just, Grey Hulk was just working. He was just working, dude. It's like, okay, I got these Tommy guns, man. Leave me alone. Don't bother me, it won't be no problem. Yes, I did say sangria. Not alcoholic because I'm working. Tasty. And what else did Terrell say? Disney Hulu bundle. I don't have the bundle with that Disney Hulu. I had Hulu way before Disney Plus ever existed.
Oh, there you go.
And I didn't bundle them all together because I don't like hella big ass bills. I don't.
Mhm.
Maybe if Disney Plus was sucking, I didn't want to cancel that and then have to restart my fucking Hulu. Hulu ain't did nothing to me. So that's why I didn't bundle them both together. I'll keep them separate. But I want them to be reasonably priced. Because I'm not watching ESPN at all. So I'm not bundling all my Disney Plus shit together. Disney Plus.
Yeah, I'm not either. That's too much money for stuff I don't watch.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to pay for shit I don't watch. That's why I got a streaming service and not a cable fucking service. Only difference is streaming services is turning into fucking cable services now because now you got to pay for each one of them individually. And they keep, we got a Paramount Plus account. We got streaming now too. I'm like, fuck you. You don't need one. I don't want to pay for all that shit. I just want the ones I want to watch.
Well, for Star Trek, I would be paying for Paramount.
No shit.
You got Paramount Plus, brother?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because he did Trekkie.
That's right. I keep forgetting. My bad, bro.
AB is designated my Trekkie. AB and BGS is my designated Trekkies to give me my Trek news. I say Edward, but Edward don't come over here as often. But I know AB is going to watch everything Star Trek. He can give me a little bit of a rundown and try to convince me I should be watching this shit more or less. Because he's going to be checking it out for me. Cool. I can't watch everything. I can't watch everything. Not all at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I got about 1, maybe 2 days. And combined, they only add up to probably about 16 hours or so to watch TV that I want to see.
Mm-hmm. Or kill time, as you put it.
Or kill time. In between one thing and the other.
All right, gentlemen. I just signed into Disney Plus. After I get off with you, I am going to catch up on everything from Hawkeye to MoonKnight. So
watch MoonKnight first.
Okay.
Watch MoonKnight first. It's not connected.
Watch MoonKnight first.
Yeah, it's not connected to anything but MoonKnight right now. Hawkeye is fun if you just want to see Jeremy Renner get his shine one last time and then the handoff to Kate Bishop. But it won't. It'll kind of tie back to some of the Marvel movies.
Mm-hmm.
Moon Knight is self-contained right now. It hasn't crossed over with any of the other MCU characters yet, so you can watch that and be done with it and be caught up before Wednesday and not think that you're missing any other tie-ins or anything like that. You'll be good.
Gotcha.
Watch that first. Then you can go back and watch Hawkeye because some other people are just now watching Hawkeye too. Like my boy Sam, he's just now watching Hawkeye and he was calling and asking me about it. Did you see the Hawkeye show? I was watching that when it was coming out weekly. It was fun.
Mm-hmm.
But Kate Bishop takes a bump. Yeah, I was watching that shit.
Kate Bishop takes a bump.
Yeah, I was watching that. That was fun. Boy, she's getting her ass kicked. She got some respect. They didn't pull a Ray. They didn't pull a Ray.
Can I tell you something? That was the first smack heard around the world.
Yes. He was my boy Sam was kind of amazed, like, man, they got a continuity problem with Kingpin being that strong? Like, no. You know, comic book wise, Kingpin is strong because that's not all fat. That's muscle, motherfucker. You might be a mutant, you don't know. Strong as shit.
You strong enough to pull Spider-Man off a wall, man. When his feet were stuck to the wall, he had chunks of the wall on his feet.
Yanked that motherfucker off of there. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Spider-Man was like, damn, okay.
Yeah, Kingpin is a problem, legit. So I don't have a problem with him being strong and ripping the doors off hinges and shit. That's awesome. Because if you saw that last season of Daredevil, when Matt Murdock was in the jail cell talking shit to him, it didn't look like he needed any super strength, did he? He snatched that boy out that seat like he was shaking his clothes out from dirt. So I'm like, this shit off.
He's like, really? Okay.
Yeah, he had that boy up and out his chair like nobody's business. That was good salesmanship.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Yeah, this Peacock bullshit. Like, come on, man. Fuck you. Beastly nerd. Peacock, CNN Plus, Paramount Plus, HBO Max, Disney, Discovery.
Yeah, I was seeing the guys yesterday. I was teasing the
Fuck
guy
y'all
yesterday.
with
Well,
What's
who
that?
got CNN? Who got CNN Plus? I was teasing the guy yesterday. Who got CNN Plus?
I don't want my CNN one. Fuck
And
y'all.
I think Ed said the same thing I said. Why would I pay for misinformation? I'm just saying.
Exactly.
They
Look,
love to spread that word misinformation. Why would I pay for misinformation?
They can't be as bad. They cannot be as bad. Well, that's C-SPAN, not CNN. But they cannot be as bad as MSNBC. My grandmother was listening to that shit all fucking day. And now I was really understanding why the fuck she go off on a tangent she go off on, because it's like, these motherfuckers is wrong as shit. Look, dude, I can't. I don't feel bad about
people Russian bots.
No, but basically reparenting all the shit that they were saying, which ain't correct. And I know it's not correct because I got the manosphere.
Mm-hmm.
So there's enough people out there doing their due diligence to research this shit and look it up and then share that information with the rest of the class that your shit ain't correct. That's not correct. And these motherfuckers is on live television saying it, talking about misinformation and all this other bullshit, how they going after ex-Trump supporters. And I said, they just running a fucking campaign to just punish this dude. Look, I don't give a fuck. He out. We're going to go after his money. We're going to get a civil suit against him. Like,
He's going to be in handcuffs. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, y'all such little petty bitches. That's what y'all doing with this whole term, is just trying to reprosecute.
And then why they're going to get shellacked in the November.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. My grandmother, this is for you, AB, because this is a political conversation. You already know how I do with political conversation. I don't even want to talk about that shit. Fuck them. They're all criminals.
Yeah.
And that should shut down most of the shit. My grandmother was going the fuck off about the new Supreme Court justice, right? Miss Jackson, if you're nasty, right? Okay, she on the Supreme Court now. My grandmother was pissed off and cussing 5 ways to Sunday about Tony Scott getting up and leaving with the rest of the Republicans because she got elected, right?
He's doing his job.
Right? She's talking all kind of shit about him.
He's doing a job. What do you want him to do?
Let me finish. Mm-hmm. She did all of that, right? She did all that bitching about this black man not supporting black women and all the rest of this goofy shit, right? And I was sitting there listening to that shit with her, and I was like, I don't think Kamala Harris or KBJ would support Tony Scott in anything he was doing, did they? No. So why am I surprised that he ain't supporting them? So fucking what? I said, that's just black male and black female dynamics in America.
Mm-hmm.
What are you bitching about? He didn't stay there and support her. He just should have stood there and supported her. They on different sides of the fucking aisle, and he don't agree with her getting nominated. He's still supposed to sit there? Look, man, I got some ideas. Look, I'm sure they wasn't supporting Tony Scott and whatever the fuck he was doing. So it shouldn't make a difference if he got up and walked out.
You mean Ted Scott?
Ted Scott, excuse me. Ted Scott, not Tony Scott. Ted Scott. It's like, why do I care? They got out and walked with all the rest of them fucking Republicans. Like, from what I learned, my family was employed by them fucking Republicans.
Oops.
For a while. So Barry Goldwater of Phoenix funded your family's lifestyle.
Ooh.
So you probably should.
Yeah, Barry Goldwater was a well-known racist, and yeah, yeah.
I read Barry Goldwater's book. Look, I read Barry Goldwater's book back when I was in my 30s and I was doing my political research and shit like that. I read Goldwater's book because I kept hearing these fucking Republicans talking about him. I said, let me see what this motherfucker is on about. There was some shit I could agree with in this book. There was some shit I didn't agree with in this book. But that's how everybody is. Pick the shit that works for you and figure it out from fucking there. If the shit you don't agree with, you let them know, well, I don't agree with this. That's where his shit comes in, and this is not the ideology part. Okay, fine, whatever. I don't have a problem with you having a dissenting opinion or having your own opinion that don't agree with mine. You ain't got to agree with my shit. You don't. Just like I ain't got to agree with yours, motherfucker. When you get into that mode that everybody should be on the same page, you got to fucking agree. I think not. I think not.
Nope.
But that's what I was hearing. from Grams, right? Independence 1 second, and you should be all in solidarity in the next one, but y'all ain't shit. Like that's why I said I was in a citadel. I realized I was in a citadel of the gynocracy that day. Like, holy shit, this is a gynocratic citadel. No wonder. Seeing shit a little bit clearly now since I'm older and moved away from shit. Like, God damn, dude, how did I even make it out of here? It's just funny. And that's no slight against my grandmother. She got her experience that she had. She's 84 years old. That means she was telling me how she remembered the time. Man, she's cute. She knows when she went from being a Negro to colored to being something else. She was the first in a lot of things in the Bay Area. The first black woman, such and such this. First black woman, such and such that. That's her history, right? So I understand the viewpoint that she has because she's seen things change like that. She was there for it. So, okay, she gets to have a certain, outlook on everything. Don't mean you're right. Just mean that you got that fucking outlook.
Right.
So that was the extent of my political conversation that I wanted to have because truthfully, the way these motherfuckers was talking about how historic it was and all the rest of that, and we got the first black woman and President Biden has nominated like 9 women to all the court systems and stuff like that. I'm like, oh shit. I'm a black man. I'm like, oh shit. That don't sound like it. These motherfuckers stay prosecuting brothers hard. 9 of them you elected and they all women. What about the 50 other ones that was already there? For all the black men. Fuck you. I'm sorry, I took it off of geekdom. Y'all sitting there quiet, like.
No, go ahead, brother.
Okay.
You're getting your political groove on, man.
No, I'm not actually.
Getting his grub on from what I can see.
Tacos. I haven't had breakfast, so I gotta eat something.
Oh yeah.
Do they taste as good as they sound?
What's that?
Do they taste as good as they sound?
They do taste good. Corn tortillas could have been heated a little longer. But this is a local food truck that does DoorDash.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. The chicken tastes real good, seasoned real good. Shredded chicken, got really good flavor on it. Every time you bite it, it's just juicy.
Ooh. So they really cooked it.
Kicking out that seasoning. Oh my god, delicious, baby.
Sounds good.
How many tacos they give you?
Just 3, because I had 6 of these motherfuckers last night. Because I was really hungry. I had 6 of them. I would say 3. I'm hungry. I don't want to have 3 and still be hungry. Fuck that. Give me a whole 6.
Give me 6, huh?
Yeah, I ate all 6 of them motherfuckers like in record time.
Damn, you were hungry, brother.
I was. I burned a lot of calories. Amazed that I can actually stay up. So what else y'all got on the MoonKnight shit? I know Albert has seen some of it.
I watched both episodes.
What you think, brother?
Yeah, I like the guy because he seems like just a normal guy, and he just. I know I'm talking about the first episode. He wakes up in the middle of nowhere. He's like, "What? Like, what's going on?" And I like the back and forth between him and the other personality. I can't. I'm drawing a blank on his name. Mark. Yeah, Steven. Steven's the normal guy, right?
Yeah.
And I'm liking the back and forth between him and Mark. And like Steven's like, "Would you leave me the F alone? I want to go back to my normal life. Leave me alone." He's like, "I'm trying to protect you."
Yeah, you don't have a normal life.
You're like, you ain't got no normal life no more.
You ain't got no freedom.
I'm interested to see this next episode since it looks like they're going to go to Egypt.
Mm-hmm. They ain't going. He in Egypt. He woke up in Egypt with a bottle in his hand and a view. I'm like, shit, it's going down. You
Yep.
can't be that close to the source of Egyptian God's power and not have some shit go down. I want to see that. I definitely want to see that. So what did you think of that Lila chick?
Don't know much about her, but I'm like, okay.
Well, just from the episode, what did you think of her?
Wasn't really paying attention to. I
Uh,
know the Latina chick, right? Yeah, I was.
she
I
was
was like,
halfway fighting. Is the thing.
Yeah,
that I was.
Yeah, she kept telling him, "Put on the white suit. Put on the white suit." I was like, okay. He's like, okay, he's the other guy. He ain't the one.
Yeah, she don't know who she's not picking up on the fact that it was two different people.
Right.
She thought he was faking. Like, the motherfucker ain't faking. It ain't him.
I do think it was interesting that Mark pointed out. Well, it looks like you're getting stronger, and that's unusual. I was like, oh, this is interesting.
Yeah, because he's spending more time in the actual suit, which was cool. I talked about this with what is it, AJ and Ali yesterday. I really do like the Mr. Knight costume. Liked it in the comic. It looks really good on screen.
Mm-hmm.
A 3-piece all white suit because they did something that you can only do in live action, which is you can have these same colors, but you can give it all definition with different textures of fabric and shit like that. Look really fucking cool. And since you know when you get in different colors of the costume all one color, you have to dye these motherfucking fabrics and stuff like that to get all one color, to get a good consistent color. It looks really good. It looks really good. Contrast is awesome. So I'm enjoying that part. Yeah, she is a little bit too young looking, no one. I don't like her fucking hair. Look like a mess. You got a fucking bird's nest on your fucking dome. Like, is this bitch really bald? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, shit, take that wig and give it to Jada or something. Like, god damn, dude, this hair look terrible. But I'm liking the direction, and I'm liking. We'll see. We'll see. I think the director is showing a lot of respect to the Egyptian culture, which I would like.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to see what he does in this episode, since it's all going to be happening in Egypt. See how it turns out. But so far, he's been nice. Yeah. Mr. Knight, dapper as fuck, right? He is. Got little soft shoes on. Like he was ready to scrap too. It's like, oh, okay, Steven.
I wonder if they're going to have the white limousine.
There's a white limousine. Oh boy, that should be interesting.
In the comic, Mr. Knight,
Stephen Grant, yeah, the white limo.
He rides around in a white limo. And for all MoonKnight enthusiasts and fans, Mr. Grant walked around with like his MoonKnight always had like a mini billy club, but Mr. Knight walked around with a white cop billy club, and he was.
Well, that was the thing in the show. You see him pull out the clubs. Mr. Knight does pull out the clubs.
Okay.
It's like, oh shit, you got him.
Okay.
Got his little Cali sticks. I'm like,
he got
oh
screamer
shit.
sticks. Okay.
Yep, got his screamer sticks. I'm like, oh shit. I was juiced when I saw that. That's why I said it would have been better if I didn't see that clip in the trailer.
Yeah.
I didn't need that shit, because if I had watched this show and all of a sudden I saw Mr. Knight pop up, I'd have like, oh shit. That'd have been awesome. Everything that happened after that would have been extra awesome. You saw him turn into Mr. Knight. You saw Mr. Knight show up with his Cali sticks. You saw that it's still Stephen Grant in the body and his version of the MoonKnight suit, but then he still has the same powers of MoonKnight. He's still strong and shit like that. It's just a different person in charge. Like, okay, so now you can get different fighting styles between Stephen Grant and Mark Spector. And you kind of saw that because Stephen Grant was just trying to halfway punch because Stephen Grant ain't confident about fighting. But when Mark Spector took over, went full Moon Knight into his suit, you saw he was in charge of everything. He understood what was going on.
I like how
he wasn't running from that fucking Anubai. He was leading them somewhere. That's why he said, okay, now, throwing the crescent daggers and everything, back flipping, and like, this motherfucker got skills. You know what he's doing. He's doing this shit intentionally. It's not a coward, running around trying to get away from shit. He's leading these motherfuckers.
Okay. I like how you say he went full Moon Knight.
He did. He went full Moon Knight. Pun intended. A lot of it reminds me of the chick Flag Smasher from Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Yeah, some European chick. They usually had a springy hair when they mix. Got that Viking blood. I just think her hair looks fucking stupid. It looks like a shitty fucking wig. It does. That might be her real hair. I don't fucking know. Might be a real hair. I don't know. It just looks like shit, though.
Have you heard anything about the second season of Falcon and the Winter Soldier? Or, excuse me,
No,
Captain America? In the
haven't heard anything about that yet. Haven't heard anything about that yet. They still have to do another Captain America movie before they get to that second season of that. So that's far off. And that's probably more contract negotiations with Anthony Mackie, because to be Captain America, they need to be paying them more money. So that's probably why you ain't heard much about that yet.
They're probably gonna
that's a good place to make a damn transition real quick, to put away the Moon Knight and get to the other side of the Disney universe, jump on the other ear of the mouse and talk about what's happening in the Star Wars shit. Your boy Pedro Pascal lost his goddamn mind. Is what happened.
What happened?
This motherfucker is gonna get recast as Din Djarin. You're getting recast.
They got rid of him.
You know why? Because he coming in now. Season 3 is done, right?
Okay.
Season 3 is done. He does not want to wear the helmet anymore.
Oh.
He don't want to wear the helmet, and he wants more money. And apparently, he was supposed to be doing. He's supposed to show up in a Bo-Katan show. They're going to do a Bo-Katan show with Katie Sackhoff.
Okay.
Who should have been Carol Danvers. But that's just my personal.
No,
choice.
That's our personal choice.
Right. And he doesn't want to be in the show with the helmet on. He wants to have it off. And so Disney, Bob Chapek, George Lucas, some of them is kind of sick of Pedro and his bullshit. For the last couple of weeks, they've been dealing with some shit with him, with things that he has actually said and people he don't want to work with. And one of the people he don't want to work with, outside of some crew that he doesn't want to work with at Lucas, other person is Gina Carano. He don't want to work with her. I'm like, what? What? When did that happen? So in terms, what it seems like.
Don't tell me you know who put a battery in his back. Good Lord.
It's kind of sounding like AB, the shit that he's saying and doing. It sounds like
I didn't want to say her name.
It sounds like she stuck a battery up his ass. That's what it sounds like.
Put it his ass.
Yeah. That this is the other way she's trying to take control of or ruin this show by going after the main actor and getting him to ask for more money. Now, why the fuck you think you need to get more money for something that is going to go away from talking about this character solely by himself the whole time is stupid. But that is some kind of in-run play where you see this all the time in the music industry. If you have an awesome group, right? You have an awesome group and they become really famous all of a sudden. Some manager somewhere will get in that lead singer's ear to try to get him to kind of break up the group, to leave the group and go solo. That's what it sounds like. Somebody put a battery in his back and got him squawking up and doing all this shit to add. He wants more money and more of this, more of that. And say, you sound like some little diva, bitch. No, he's a Mandalorian. Put your fucking helmet on and shut up. If you don't want to have the helmet on, that's fine. You ain't doing all the action scenes anyway. You can get that little brother who out there doing all the fighting scenes to keep doing the same fighting scenes with the helmet on. He don't give a shit. He cashing this check. He ain't asking for more money. What's your issue? Because trust and believe, I like Pedro Pascal as an actor. I'm not showing up to watch The Mandalorian just because it's Pedro Pascal.
Mm-hmm.
Showing up because I want to see Din Djarin and The Mandalorian. Maybe Lil Grogu at a point. No matter who in the suit, nigga. Don't really. He can never take off his fucking helmet. I'm tired of seeing Mandalorians walking around with their helmets off anyway. Boba Fett finished that for me. I'm done with that shit. Look, put your goddamn helmet on and act. That's what I'm expecting. If you're gonna have your helmet off the whole time, where you look like fucking Tom Holland running around constantly pulling off his Spider-Man thing, like, hey, it's me. Look, are you Spider-Man or are you Tom Holland man? Put your fucking mask on. That's why you got it. I know y'all want to have FaceTime and be seen. Should have picked a different role.
So Pedro Pascal is playing in Eddie King Jr. Okay.
Yeah,
you ain't up there.
He on his Eddie Kang. So what I've heard is that JPEG is gonna recast his ass. He's gonna get recast, and that's gonna be it for his ass on The Mandalorian because he's making too many dumbass demands. Now, if you know about what's happening in Lucasfilm and Disney, it's two people now. Now it's two people who have a big beef with Disney about how much money they're getting and they want more money. The second one is Pedro Pascal. You know who's the first one?
Brie Larson.
Got it in one. Got it in one, AB. You must be fucking psychic. Now, what do those two people have in fucking common? Because it ain't fucking Gina Carano.
Ooh. KK. Well, I said I was going to say her name, but
yeah, KK. That's what the two of them have in common.
Mm.
She is sowing dissent in that Star Wars brand.
Oh, yeah.
I told you it's been a quiet civil war going on within that shit. And they've been getting rid of a lot of those people that's attached to her until they can get rid of her ass. But she ain't trying to go down fighting. She's trying to fucking scuttle this shit before she go out. She is.
She's trying to take the whole ship down with her.
She's trying to ruin that shit any way she can. And I think part of the ways that she is going behind the scenes and getting at these actors behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Because mind you, she already has said that shit about how she thought that Star Wars was ruined by Gina Carano. I'm like, bitch, Gina Carano didn't make those 3 movies. Yeah. Gina Carano ain't made none of those last 3 movies. What the fuck are you talking about? That was you. Talk about fucking projection. Like, she split the fan base. No, you split the fan base. Some goofy shit. And you had already split the fan base when you did them 3 goddamn movies and killed Luke Skywalker and Han Solo. And people was like, what the fuck are you doing? No, that was splitting the fan base.
I'm sorry, you forgot one. You forgot one. Admiral Akbar. I'm not gonna let that one go.
Yeah, you shouldn't, because Admiral Akbar is a dude. That fish got no love. Not even on a sushi plate. They just blew his ass out into space and called it a day. I'm like, nigga, that's General Akbar. What the fuck are you doing? It's a. We didn't even get a good tagline out of that shit, right? But she split the fan base. Gina Carano was the last straw for people. That's why so many people rose up against her ass for it. And a whole goddamn year later, this bitch is still there trying to ruin the show and pissed off that Gina Carano was coming back, like, because it's not her fucking decision. And trying to find some other way to get her out of there. Mind you, at the same time, she wants to take that character and try to cast her other friend Julia Stiles in that role. I'm like, you out of your goddamn mind. So all of this shit is happening. Like, she's talking out of both sides of her fucking mouth. But doing all this stuff with actors behind the scenes to try to get them into a position to ruin what John and Dave are doing, and get these other actors that she don't like out of there because she got cronies in Lucas Film Studio, right? They're the ones need to go too. That's the people that need to go with her ass to her own production company if she ever leave and do that. Because apparently, outside of this Acolyte show that still ain't filmed a goddamn fucking scene yet, can't get done writing this bitch after 2 fucking years. Look, this ain't the Transformers movie. It's not animated. It's just live action. I don't know what your issue is. Like, you got all the money they can give you. John and Dave have finished 2 seasons of some other shit, of 2 other fucking shows, one of which sucked ass, which was, the Book of Boba Fett, but it's still done. It's already written and done with. And it still ain't even started. The fuck? I don't get it. KK shady as fuck. Dude, she beyond shady. That is Darth Sidious. KK is for real fucking Sidious's daughter.
No, she ain't Darth Sidious. She Darth Cuntius.
Might as well be.
Yeah, that's
She's from Berkeley. She probably like that shit. So Pedro piping up, and all of a sudden he got an issue with season 4. Like, motherfucker, you just did season 3. What you upset about season 4 for? Because the 4th season is the last one. So you expecting a big payout on the last show? Should have renegotiated after season 1.
So he's turned into the Mandadevian.
the Mandal Diva.
Mm-hmm.
The Mandadevian.
But here's the thing with that shit, Malika. Disney ain't rocking with that shit.
No.
That's why they're gonna recast his ass.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, fuck all that. You ain't about to try to hold my show hostage. Now there was already rumors. There was already rumors coming out that George Lucas was having an issue with him because with season 3 and writing the show, Pedro didn't want to have on the helmet. And George Lucas was having an issue with his ass about that shit. Well, you know where George went when he had an issue. And right to Chapek, like, look, fuck. Can we get this show done, or is it going to be some bullshit with this dude? And what George been dealing with KK, you know, having to walk away from the show, and her and Leslie Headland just keep going in there trying to fuck up his whole vision purposely. I think George tired of that shit. I'm waiting to see when KK finally shuffles off the stage and George comes back in as CEO of Lucasfilms, how he actually cleans house. I really want to see how that's done. So I think he's gonna come in there with, you know, lightsaber swinging. I really do. He's gonna come in there like BGS, like taking heads today. Fuck all that bullshit. I don't know what you thought this was, but I built this house. So that's what I'm waiting to see. But that's the shit with Pedro, with this Mandalorian shit. He want more money. I'm like, for what?
So you think George is going to come back in like Steve Jobs when they got rid of him?
He is. He's the one that they're tapping for interim president. So once KK leaves, George comes in as an interim president, and he's there for maybe a year until the new person comes in. They have some candidates. Jon Favreau's being one of them. Dave Filoni is one of them. I wouldn't want Dave running Lucasfilm. And Dave is giving me some issues right now. He's the stuff I've been hearing is giving me some issues. Like somebody need to pull his chain a little bit.
Issues on what?
It's too much stuff with just Dave pushing his own characters and too much reliance on going backwards. I told you guys I'm having a problem with them constantly going fucking backwards. A Bo-Katan show, which is based on a character that fucking Dave Filoni created. I don't need you just giving all your characters fucking shows. I don't.
So you hate the self-interest.
I don't hate the self-interest. I hate the fact that you are not moving shit forward anywhere.
Okay.
It's not going forward anywhere. Where are we going forward?
Meaning that you don't want the prequel stuff. You don't want the prelude. Where can we go forward?
Here's the thing. This is how I look at it. Anytime since Disney has had Star Wars, and that first movie did all right, the second movie sucked so much ass. What Disney has done is they have effectively gone back and tried to backfill all these fucking holes. Which means with comics and novels and stuff, they try to fill in the rest of the story that they didn't work out before they did the movie.
You're talking about
all this backfilling is bullshit. It's like building on top of landfill, bitch. One shaker, all that shit is coming down because it's not matching up to continuity. So they're having to constantly go in and rewrite continuity in a sense to make this shit fit. That's why they keep spending so much time back in the past. It's not where the movies ended. We're still back before the last set of movies even fucking happened. Now we got a Bo-Katan show happening in the middle of all the shit when you know this is the Mandalorian time space is after Return of the Jedi, but before Force Awakens. Why the fuck are you throwing a Bo-Katan show in the middle of there too? What the fuck? Because where is the Bo-Katan shit in the Force Awakens? Nowhere. So why are we just filling up this one little spot of time with all these goddamn shows? If you don't move the ball goddamn down the field, I'm going to stop watching this shit all together because it's pissing me off. Now, I'm already going to go back with Obi-Wan because I do want to see what Obi-Wan dealt with after New Hope, right? Or before New Hope. Okay, so it's after Revenge of the Sith, in that time span, back in the past, about what Obi-Wan kind of went on before it got up to New Hope. Okay, fine, I'm interested in Obi-Wan, I'll see that. But you realize that's still a story back in the fucking past, right? And whatever you do here affects everything up the line, from New Hope all the way up to The Force Awakens to The Rise of Skywalker. It does affect this shit. But you're going to run into a problem because whatever you do in Obi-Wan does run into the Mandalorian now, doesn't it?
Yep.
Because now that you've reintroduced Luke Skywalker in this bubble, has to affect that character now too, doesn't it? He has to know
be consistent
something.
with the continuity.
You're making a bigger problem for yourself. The problem with some of the stuff that Dave Filoni did in the Clone Wars, it was outside of continuity. Now he's trying to write it all into continuity, along with Legend stuff, along with the Disney stuff that's already there. Dude, that's a lot of fucking backfilling is what it is you're doing. And everything I keep hearing is about more flashbacks, more flat. Look, motherfucker, I don't want a bunch of goddamn flashbacks. Can you flash forward at some point in time? Just, go forward. That's all we need. Kick the repulsors up and let's just start moving at sublight in that direction. I don't need everything back in the past. That's where you're going to keep fucking up. If you're spending all your time back in the past, you got this pocket of Mandalorian, you got this pocket of Obi-Wan, and then you got this pocket of High Republic shit, Kathleen Kennedy universe that she's trying to rewrite everything. Y'all fucking around too much back there. You fucking up everything back there. And KK is the most troubling because she's trying to rewrite the whole fucking trilogy based on what she does in the High Republic. Wiping out the original origin of the Jedi, fucking up whatever happened in the prequels, all that shit. She's trying to rewrite everything to make that the universe of Star Wars. That's what's so troubling about the shit. So whatever she does, because she's further back in time than the rest of them, actually has to have an effect on everything else up the goddamn line. Through the prequels, through Obi-Wan, through the original trilogies, through Mandalorian, through The Force Awakens.
Through Boba Fett.
All of that shit. I want visions forward. I don't want to spend a whole hell of a lot of time backwards. And if you think about it, where the shit has been cool, it's all happening in the past. Movie-wise, it's all happening in the past. So we ain't seeing nothing new yet. Still. I'm still tripping around about stuff behind me. because I like the Mandalorian show. Don't get me wrong, but I understand mentally because I know the Star Wars timeline. This happens after Return of the Jedi, before the Rise of the First Order. Okay, you can only play there for so fucking long though, because it affects everything up the line. I might not have liked all of the last Disney movies, but it already happened, and you ain't found a way to wipe it away, so it all still happened now. You can't do too much to fuck that up going forward. You have to deal with it. Well, the more time you spend behind you, the less you're looking forward, which means you don't actually have a plan to go forwards, which is troubling. That's more troubling than Disney. Because at this point, all I can say is, well, at least Disney didn't give me 3 movies back in the past. They gave me 3 movies ahead of where Return of the Jedi left off. You didn't have to like them, but at least it was the future. That's what I'm watching sci-fi for.
I think they may as well do what you suggested the first time. Have keep Ben Solo because he wasn't a bad character, but have him wake up from a bad dream.
Yeah. It could have been a Force vision. He could have been flow walking. It's all possible.
Do a Bobby Ewing from Dallas.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. In Dallas. Like, oh shit, that was a terrible dream. That was the easiest thing to do. That wouldn't have took no writing. It would have took one movie, one show, and that would have been the end of the shit. And you could have just opened up with Luke standing there with the lightsaber and Kylo rolling over. Uncle, I had a terrible dream. Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
Terrible vision through the Force.
Yeah, I had a terrible vision. Yeah, I felt it. Yeah, I felt that. Why don't you tell me about your dream? You could have went on from there. You could have went on from there.
And bring back some good characters like Cal Katarn.
Another series.
They have Mark Hamill look at the camera.
How you doing?
And actually bring back a good character like Cal Katarn.
Oh, he's coming. Because they're going to do this whole Luke Skywalker show. And what is it? Jedi Knights or whatever it's called. And Kyle Katarn and some of those characters are going to come in. Star Wars Jedi Knight. So Kyle Katarn is coming. I want them to play with some of these other characters too, because just like I'm bitching at DC, which I don't want to see another Batman movie. Yeah, the Batman was cool, but I really don't want to see another goddamn Joker, another Batman, another Superman. I want Henry Cavill. Fuck you. Make another deal with Henry Cavill. Sign him to a deal and give me my fucking Superman movies. Fuck this little wafy-haired boy cut bitch. That's a superwoman. It's not a Superman.
Wavy wear.
I don't know if you noticed, but she has tits.
That's best.
By my biology class, that makes you kind of a female.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that show because I like Luke's. If they keep it together with the Legends, I like Luke's philosophy with the Jedi.
Yeah, I would like to see that develop on the screen, live action, so people who only know the universe through what they see on a fucking screen can get up to the understanding of why people were so pissed off with the fact that Grandmaster Luke had no students and was kind of a broken character. You have to understand why that fucks with people so much who actually read the Legends material, that Grandmaster Luke Skywalker was a badass, but was cool. You want to see that character represented on screen. I believe John and Dave could do it, but they're spending too much time doing all this shit back in the past. Too much time. It's taken too long for this shit. You drawing it out. Every fucking show, and I'm saying this after the Boba Fett show, which should have been better. You're just drawing out a bunch of shit that we didn't really need. Yeah, it ended all right, but in the grand scheme of things, did it advance anything? No, just kind of fucked up Boba Fett, but okay. He's still there in the universe. Robert Rodriguez, yeah, you got a blight on your record, man. I don't know what to tell you, Robert. You got a blight on your record. You better go back to
climb that thing like King Kong. I was like, really? Y'all just gonna rip off King Kong like that. Everybody sees it. That's just a clear rip off of King Kong.
Yes.
And I didn't even watch King Kong like that. But even I can see that, like, yeah, it's just a rip off of King Kong. Come on.
You didn't have to actually look. If you had ever seen a King Kong movie, you knew what the fuck that was. Like, god damn it, fucking kaiju's.
He took a little bit of everything, man. When he did the scene from Butch Cassidy and Sundance Kid, I was like, wow, man.
Yeah.
He's just going in.
Yeah, he took a lot of shit from a lot of different movies, and it was obvious. That's the problem with it. It was so fucking obvious. Like, Jesus Christ. Did you have an idea, or just trying to get it done?
Probably not.
You know what? I think
I give him more credit than that. That's why I'm like, what happened, dude? Like, I really want the explanation of what the fuck happened. Because he's banned from Star Wars movies right now.
Really?
You don't get to do nothing else in Star Wars. No. I was like, well, y'all went harder on him than you did on fucking Rian Johnson. He still was slated for some other series and shit. Like, fuck, he should be banned. He wouldn't fuck this shit up. No. Robert just did a one-off that was fucked up. Like, okay, it happens. He's been successful at the other shit that he's done, so I ain't gonna hold it against him. But he got banned quickly. Rian Johnson still got life. KK is still bringing him on. Oh, he's a great director. He is. Not in Star Wars.
Why? That's because of that. Because of KK.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is with Robert Rodriguez, you got Filoni and what's his name? They're like they're like, all right, the FF guys, they're like, I love you, Robert, and everything, but no, the people there with them, they're like, we can't have him back. He
well, that was the
spoiled
thing.
the soup.
Yeah, it was the thing because John and Dave brought him in. John wanted him. He just turned out a subpar fucking product and really showed he didn't really know the Star Wars universe. Now he did good on his episodes of Mandalorian, but Boba Fett showed up. That's what you thought you was gonna get. That's not what you got. So it's like, the fuck did you do? How did you fuck this up? You did 2 episodes. All you had to do was do 4 more like that. The fuck happened? I don't know. Start thinking I was working on Battle Angel again. No.
Now, how was that? How was this version of Battle Angel? I did not see that.
Awesome.
Okay.
It was pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looked good. CG-wise and stuff like that, it looked really good. I enjoyed it. I would see a Battle Angel too. I'd wait for that shit. What he did in The Mandalorian was, I was rocking with it for a couple of episodes, and it was like, this shit is going on too long. What are you doing? And then them fucking mods showed up. I'm like, I am not liking these motherfuckers. No way. But it looks like they would fit in a Battle Angel movie. That was his throw-ins.
But you know what I noticed with Robert Rodriguez, he'll do, and I noticed with certain of his movies, he's famous for putting 4 pounds of shit in a 2-pound bag. Because if you notice when he did Once Upon a Time in Mexico, there was a lot of crap in that movie. And when people were saying how the way it was, I said, yeah, he had too much going on. It was interesting. And, even with a couple of Machete movies, I was like, okay, he's got a lot of, and even with the, not the Shark Boy Lava Girl, what's the other ones? What's the other kid movies he had?
Spy Kids.
Spy Kids. Some of the stuff, like the first 2, I was like, hey, that's kind of interesting. They were fun. But then I saw the last one. I was like, all right, man, you just got too much crap up in here. And I said, Rob, you just put too much stuff.
What's up, King? King said lack of creativity. Robert Rodriguez is creative. It's just, I don't know what the fuck he was thinking.
Just too much shit. Like, he wants to put, he has a lot of ideas. He has a lot of ideas and a lot of cool ideas.
Joe Herb in the building. It's I didn't pull it off the shelf yet. It's still on the shelf in the image section under Essex. E for Essex, the only one with a bag in. Right in front of your face, up top. There you go. We found it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Malika.
It's just that you know what I think, like him and maybe whoever is in his circle that where they have ideas, they want to put
Tarantino.
They want to put a whole lot of shit in one pot. Now Tarantino's famous that he could put a lot of things together, but he knows how to execute it and trim it down and make it fit well. Robert Rodriguez is like, I'm just going to put all this stuff in the pot. I'm going to stir it, and we're just going to see if we can eat it all. And you're like, man, all this shit don't go together.
Mm-hmm.
No, we don't need to put the eggs in the gumbo. No, we don't need sardines here. All right, no.
Kind of gets away from calling it gumbo.
Yeah, I'm like,
It sound like a spread, and we ain't in jail, nigga. So,
yeah,
not prison spread.
exactly. I said, we out of prison now, man. We don't need to eat all them carbs. Come on, man. We can eat healthy.
Yeah. So I'd say that. I don't know what happened, but yeah, he kind of screwed the pooch on that one. That was a letdown.
Mm.
That was a letdown for the Star Wars thing. Hopefully, I don't know. I got a good feeling on the Obi-Wan show, even though don't necessarily know what it's going to be outside of you getting to see Obi-Wan while Luke Skywalker is growing up. Obi-Wan in Exile. Tatooine edition. Okay. Cool. But I still want Star Wars stuff to go forward.
And the guy that played Agent 47 in the last
No raisins in my
is the
potato
Great
salad.
Inquisitor.
No raisins in potato salad. I don't know what the fuck that is. Not potato salad.
That's just crazy. Yeah.
Oh, the Grand Inquisitor. He's the Grand Inquisitor. Okay.
Yeah. The guy that not Timothy Olyphant, but the last when they tried to do the reboot of Hitman, that British actor that played Agent 47, he's the Grand Inquisitor.
Is he?
Yes.
That dude was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I want another Hitman movie.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite video games.
You know what I would love to see? Go more in depth with the agency or the company or that religious order that creates those assassins.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you'd be surprised what I've been playing recently. MLB The Show.
I'm good for a good baseball game. That's probably one of the sports games I will play the quickest outside of Madden. I will play a baseball game because baseball, truth be told, is my favorite sport. So I will play a baseball game before I play a football game. I play almost anything before a football game. And I like baseball, so I'll play a baseball game. Just give me the right fucking view of pitching because I don't like pitching from the mound. I like to see from the batter's angle. Let it switch back and forth. I'll be good. But
Oh, you don't like pitching? Well, okay. Even though it's simulation, you don't like it? You don't care for it?
It depends. It's like I like to see it switch, but it's always interesting. Sweet to put you on my favorite sayings. I see you sipping on the sangria, artisan. Yes, ma'am, BTM. Yes, I got the sangria and the horchata.
What's horchata?
It's like a coconut, cinnamon, nutmeg, some other stuff mixed together into a drink.
Ooh. Sounds good.
Yeah, I don't really follow baseball in real life, but, you know, still a sport I can pick up.
I don't either because they have the longest goddamn season. But I do love going to baseball games because, put it this way, baseball games are usually in the summertime, spring and summertime, right? So it's nicer weather. And to me, the chicks look nicer because they're wearing less clothes.
Ooh, there you go.
Baseball games are always more fun to me. You can go to a football game, but it's always miserable fucking weather. Chicks all bundled
Yeah,
up.
because it takes place in the fall. Yeah, that's
yeah,
true.
you got the fucking beer belly chicks out there being hoes and like, I don't want to see.
Yes, brother.
Take your mom home. and the kids.
Uh,
No, I want to see the hot chicks that want to be out there with the jerseys and the cutoff shorts on, sitting in the stand with their legs out. Yes.
What's that about? They said them yams, them yams.
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 Yams and
Honey baked and glazed yams out there.
Yes, sir.
Baseball games are usually more fun. So I can get out there to a baseball game, sit in the bleachers, get my fucking garlic fries or some shit like that, have a beer, and just kick back on a nice sunny day, chilling, enjoying the weather and the crowd, the music and stuff like that, and just stay alive because, you know, every crack of the bat, you need to be paying attention, nigga. You don't want to get big. You better make sure you know where that ball going.
Oh, yeah.
Get your ass up. But it's always fun. It's always fun to me. And it's always has been, because as a kid, I went to a shitload of A's games and Giants games. So it's always more fun. So football games, it's miserable. Basketball games, to me, is worse. It's more, it's like commercialized geekdom, right?
Yeah.
Especially in the Bay. Now everybody a fucking Warriors fan when they never liked the Warriors when they was losing ass. Now everybody has been.
Now they ain't got no choice because both LA teams suck.
Yeah. So that's what it is. There's a bunch of people sitting out there trying to live out their hoop dreams in the stands. Like, just watch the fucking game.
He said living out their hoop dreams in the stand.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Well, it's like the football thing for me. It's like sitting in the football bleachers and shit like that, watching a football game. All these fat motherfuckers out there talking about what they would have did, who they would have cut. He ain't working this. It's like, nigga, are you playing? Shut the fuck up. I mean, even in your 80s, you can get out there and swing a bat. But you ain't going to get out there and throw on no pads and tackle nobody, even in your fucking 40s. Stupid bastard.
You ain't lying. I'm close to 40. I'm like, I ain't going out there to get hurt.
Going out there with them young motherfuckers? Fuck them. Like, he ain't running enough. You want to get out there? Football and basketball is the only two sports I see that the fans think they are tougher than the people that are actually on the field playing.
Right.
And we're getting to fights with each other because of team affiliations in the goddamn stands. Outside
they try
of
to roll up on one of the players and they find out how tall they are.
Giants and Dodgers shit. There's more fights at a football game than anything else because everybody think they actually a fucking Raider. You're not. Just a nigga with a jersey on. And you ain't getting paid to wear it. You paid to wear it. You know them people on the field? They're getting paid to wear that jersey. You having arguments with motherfuckers you don't know about teams that you don't play for.
Mm-hmm.
Shut up. Be a spectator. Spectate. Dumb shit. So that's what bothers me. So it just leads into my sex. Baseball seems more friendly. Like everybody is there. You might think the dude suck and sandbagging his hits and shit like that and lazy as fuck, like seeing Barry Bonds play for the Giants. It's like, that motherfucker lazy as hell. He getting all this money. He lazy as fuck. He put him in this dead-ass spot where nothing comes his way. He ain't got to hustle for shit. Big-headed, lazy Negro. I was pissed as hell. I was sitting right behind Barry Bonds. I was like, you suck, nigga.
Oh, wow.
You lazy ass. You don't run. I know you did all your work already, but goddamn. Do something, Barry.
This was Barry in his later years, or
Barry in his later years, not
yeah.
young. This later years, Barry. I was like, I was not impressed. I really wasn't. Nothing against him. I know he put his work in earlier, but it's like, you could at least finish strong.
Man,
that at least finish strong, because you out there, we gonna wait for your ass to walk off the field. Nigga, you all the way out and right and left. Why don't you hurry up? Hustle. Nope, he just gonna walk it out like, if you don't hurry the fuck up, I'm gonna throw these Cracker Jacks at your ass. Oh my God, he is annoying me. It was funny as fuck. He was annoying the shit out of me though, because I was just sitting there in the stands just watching his ass. No, nigga, I'm not feeling you.
I want my money back.
Now you here in live action, in real life, I'm not feeling you at all. Get your big head ass into the dugout. Go. Hurry up. Stop my field. Barry Bonds came into my job one time. When I was working in Marin, he came in there. I was like, I remember that some celebrities and professional people, it's just their fucking job. So when they out in public, they're out in public like you. They don't want to be fucking bothered. So everybody in my job is, oh shit, you see Barry Blount's on aisle 5. Is he buying something?
Yeah, thank you.
Are y'all helping him? Or are you just trying to get autographs? He in here to pick up something. He needs something for his house, obviously. But he in here. He ain't no security or nothing. Let's say. You see how big that nigga is? He don't need security. You don't need security if he hits you.
I saw this picture of Jason Momoa with a security guard. Security guard's like right here.
Yeah, what is he securing? His fucking armpit.
Security guard's like, what is he?
Yeah, securing his nuts. Making sure the fangirls stay away from his balls. Hey, stay back, ladies. Stay back. It's Jason Momoa. Stay back. You don't need to try that. Yeah, you don't need to touch the trident. Don't touch the trident. God damn. This is crazy as fuck. Anyway, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I think we need one more person for the goal. So if one of y'all brave souls jump up to the challenge.
I have more to the goal right here.
Yes, he will. Herb is coming in and buying some comics. Awesome. And we got Joe's comics. He was here yesterday. So we had a good long talk. Thompson.
Oh.
Fracture Joe.
I know what I need from you, my friend. That Milestone's
Compendium?
Books. Yes.
The Bible?
The Babas.
The Bible?
Yeah.
Oh,
the Bible says
about the good book. And this is called the Black Geek Bible, King McDuffie edition. King McDuffie version, right? Not King James, King McDuffie version of the Bible.
The KMV.
The Kang version.
The KMV.
Praise be to his name. And I will, oh, this is Zombie X. I don't want to read his shit. Where's that other one? Is this the Blood Syndicate? Yes. And I will turn to the page of 901 in the good book of the Blood Syndicate, panel number 3. And it will say, Puta, get out of the way. Read from the good book of the King McDuffie version of Black Geek's Bible. That was a good one. That was a good one too. Puta, get out my way. Fucking masquerade, kicking a motherfucker in the face.
Wow.
Turn to page 901, panel 5. You will see. If you can't turn to page 901, you need to order that book. standupcomics21@gmail.com. I will get you a copy of that shit. So you can read it when we have our Sunday sermons from the good book.
So what do you think of the new one so far?
I haven't read new ones so far. I have them. I just haven't read them.
So you want me to go to your website, the store's website, and get it from you?
You can go. You send me an email, I will order it. So if I have an email, I know who it is. And then you'll do the transaction information through the email, run it, order the book, get you the book, and ship it out to you.
Okay.
I do have to add shipping and handling because I fucked up on Aquateki. So
how much is it?
The book is $60, $59.99.
$59.99.
Because you see how big it is. I just turned to page 901, and that wasn't the end of the book.
Okay.
Or like the middle.
Shit, it wasn't even the middle of that motherfucker damn near. It's like, look, a book that big.
That's all their stories too.
That's a roach killing
No,
book.
it's not all of them. That's why it's called Compendium number 1. There's a number 2 coming.
Okay.
That's like, it's only the first, 10, 12 issues of Icon and Rocket, Hardware, Static. They ran for like a couple years.
Yeah.
Nigga, it's more coming. Like, god damn.
Well, you know where to bring them once they come in.
I sold all 5 of those that I ordered the first time. So now I'm ordering 5 more.
Just how much people loved these stories back in the day,
No, sure.
and how relevant they are today.
Yeah. It's relevant because if you're reading the new Milestone stuff now and you have never read the old Milestone stuff, you should actually buy that compendium and understand why Dwayne McDuffie and those early Milestone artists or creators who created their own characters. These are not knockoff characters. These are legit their own characters. Before we were talking about all this woke bullshit, these were characters that they created and actually developed. You'll see what was going on and where Dwayne McDuffie and all of them were coming from when they were doing their Milestone books. Who else you got in here? Dwayne McDuffie, Ivan Velez Jr., John Wisman, Robert L. Washington III, M.D. Bright, Dennis Cowan, John Paul Leon. I thought fucking Reggie Hudlin was in there too, but maybe not. Because
all I remember is Dennis Cowan and definitely Dwayne McDuffie.
Yeah, hardware is a motherfucker. Like for real.
And those were cool times, man. And every time when I think about that, I remember that back in that was like late '90s, man, mid to late '90s.
Yeah, that was the '90s. No, I'm talking to people.
There's a lot of stuff that he did too. That in animation, like I didn't know he did Ben 10 until I actually looked at the credits. Yep. Damn, that dude did Ben 10 too?
He did Ben 10 too. He did that, what was it, the Titans or Young Justice or whatever. He was doing that too. He was doing a lot of their cartoon stuff because he proved himself with the static cartoon.
Yep.
Right? He proved himself with the static book, proved himself again with the static cartoon. That's why they took that shit. Right? Yep. That's why DC came in and thought, oh, we'll help you. No, we don't want those characters to go away.
Yeah.
Not yet. Make some money out that shit. Yeah. And then as soon as they got him, they put him on their shit. They put him on to making Teen Titans and Young Justice better.
And also Justice League Unlimited.
And Justice League Unlimited too. That's the power of a good writer and creator. He can make some shit better. He can. The problem with the major folks with DC and Marvel is they usually take these creators to keep them from being competition for them. And that's why they end up putting them onto their titles and their books so they get the benefit of that shit. They get the benefit of these creators pouring their creative energy into their properties that they can't make work.
Well, that's why DC nabbed Jim Lee.
Jim Lee went to DC.
Oh, he went to DC?
Jim Lee was at DC when the Image thing started up. Jim Lee was at DC. Okay. Jim Lee always loved DC. Now, make no mistake about that shit. Jim Lee didn't really want to leave DC.
Okay.
But he wanted to do his own thing. So he became part of the Image thing with the original, creators of Image Comics because he was the hottest artist at that time, right? Okay, cool. But why did Jim Lee come back? Because he wanted to be at DC. That's why he brought his characters and sold his characters to DC. That got him the editor's position at DC. So he can make decisions like getting something like this actually made. That's a Jim Lee push.
I was watching a documentary on Frank Miller. And, his Return of the Dark Knight series, and I didn't know this. A lot of the artists back then that worked for DC and Marvel didn't get paid for their work.
Yep. That was standard. It wasn't just Marvel. DC was fucking people over like that too. Otherwise, you wouldn't have people like Jim Lee leaving to go over to Image.
I mean, you was getting paid standard stuff, but creating characters, having you work and do all this other stuff. Yeah. Also, check out on Amazon Prime. Check out Chris Claremont's story, man. Talking about how the way him, Louise Simonson.
Yeah, that was a good documentary too. I saw that.
And Chris how the Claremont. Way they wanted to. Yeah. He is the brainchild behind, of course, writing all the X-Men comics. And the terrible thing is, what he said was, people rarely recognize him. And when he goes into a convention, or when he comes to people like younger people of this generation, they're like, "Well, wow, well, who's this?" and all this other stuff. And they said, "Man, the guy that gave you
And we got
what you love with
boxes
X-Men."
of Marvel stuff coming in. Hopefully, Marvel stuff coming.
Yeah, I was watching the stream, so yeah, my fingers are crossed too. I wanted to type in there, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Let it be Marvel stuff. Yeah, you did say that. The comic book day stuff would be cool, but my Marvel shit.
Go ahead, like
No, what did you hear this, Artisan? What Chris Claremont said, he rarely gets the respect that he's due for the stuff that he's created with X-Men.
Yep. Probably never get the props I feel I ever deserve. Yep. I did hear that. I watched that Chris Claremont documentary. Because like you, I like documentaries because then it's the creators, it's the people behind the scenes actually getting to talk, getting to have their day to say what they say. Right. And Chris Claremont, yeah, he probably he won't get the respect he did for the X-Men. Not as much as he deserved. He can be difficult sometimes too. But if you watch all that behind the scenes shit, you'll find out how the shit was rolling.
Because he said in the 70s, it was cool because it was more creative. He said when it got to the 80s, when Jim Shooter became editor-in-chief, that's when it became a business.
Because Jim Shooter was the business guy. He was responsible for getting them paid. So they start making paid decisions and not just creative decisions.
Exactly.
Which I understand in the company. That's hard to balance. It's hard to balance in a company creative decisions with business decisions because you have to actually make money on this shit too. It can't just be solely creative, right? Like take Disney. Disney will put out a bunch of shit, right? They'll put out a bunch of shit all over the demographic, from kids all the way up to adults, right? Some of it is creative ventures. Some of it is just what they know will sell. Like all that Disney Plus kids programming shit, that's what they know will sell. That's their bread and butter. Disney making a cartoon is bread and butter for them. They can do that shit all day. It don't even got to be that goddamn good, right? They can do that all day. But actually doing creative stuff is where they struggle sometimes because they want to make money off of it, but that creative side, that business side will kind of fuck it up. That's why you always got a lovable green character in the shit. Like Baby Groot, like Grogu, like, because that's the merchandising part. That's the business part. We got to make money
like
off
Pizza
of this
Dog.
shit too. What's that?
Like Pizza Dog.
Like Pizza Dog. They got to make money off this. They have to have something to sell to their base too.
And here's one thing, AB, what Chris Claremont said, he saw the changing of the guard when your top selling books had to have multiple titles. Amazing Spider-Man, Peter Parker, Spectacular Spider-Man, The Web of Spider-Man, then X-Men. And the thing was, he was the main writer of the majority of X-Men books. So he was writing for X-Men, he was writing for New Mutants, he was writing for X-Factor. Then they start having these other X titles, and he was writing for that. And it just became like, okay, there's 5 or 6 titles of X-Men books out there. And he was writing, he was like, okay, there's only but so much you can do. And also, you're always going to have the event book and the cross title books where everything had to be. And it just became so much. And it just became, okay, you're hooking me up to a machine and you're trying to get the milk from out of my tits. And there's no more. And there's nothing but dust coming out.
Yeah, you're not feeding me, so I can't reproduce milk. Creativity
one
is
thing,
like a whale. You can keep drawing from it, but you got to refill it with something.
And him and Jim Lee did not get along. Him and Jim Lee didn't get along because
Stanley.
No, Jim Lee, the young guy,
No, Jim Lee.
the artist.
Jim Lee was an artist at the time.
And because the thing was, Jim Lee was the it guy, and Jim Lee's head was big because he was the it guy. And Chris Claremont is he's the older senior guy,
the seasoned guy who's been doing this for a while.
And you know, when you're the new guy, no one can tell you anything what to do. You want to, and like Chris Claremont was like, hey, because when Chris Claremont worked with John Byrne, that was a great marriage. these dudes knew what they wanted to do. They wanted to craft and create something. You know, Jim Lee said, "Okay, I'll make this, I'll make that, but I'm gonna do this." And it was like, okay, but are we really going to make story? You know, Jim Lee was like, "I don't care. I'm just going to draw some stuff," and and he could tell I'm gonna draw something, but he knew he was going to move off to go do the image stuff.
His own way. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was, and you realize, no, you're the young guy. You gotta understand. Back then in the '90s,
One of the first thing they
comic,
teach you.
comics was fledgling at the time. You know, DC.
Yeah.
Well, Marvel was like almost in the shitter, and Jim Lee, Rob Liefeld, Will Patricio, Mark Silvestri, and Artisan, who's the McFarlane. Those guys resuscitated Marvel back.
They got them back. They got the comic book industry back, but it was also, for me, in my opinion, it's the comic book industry going through a change. You couldn't do shit the same way you was doing it back in the 50s.
Exactly.
Right.
These artists actually have to be paid for their work because they understand it's generating money. So
And
at this time in the 90s, Marvel has been around for a good 30 years or so, right? So it's generating money. It is its own brand and shit like that. You got to pay your artists a little bit better. You can't have these artists working on these books and making these monumental books that's generating a lot of money for the company, and you ain't paying them shit to do it. They don't even get to own any of the ideas they're putting in. That's where I get at, the majors hiring on people who will be their competition to work on their characters. You're basically stealing their ideas from them and putting them in, grafting them onto your characters to keep them from competing with you with making their own books.
And that was
Which
the
would
big
be
problem
better.
with that was the big problem. Oh God, I'm getting a brain fart now, man. You talking
Warren
me brain-
Ellis and Tom Cassidy with The Authority. That's what sunk The Authority.
No, I'm talking about comic book great. What's the name? Creator of Fantastic Four, the Avengers, Silver Surfer,
John
Jack
Romita?
Kirby.
Kirby, excuse me.
That was the biggest problem with Kirby. He never got paid what he should.
He got paid his regular salary, but he didn't get shit extra
for everything that he created. When you look at the MCU, when you look at the first only character he never created was Iron Man. He created Black Panther, he created the Avengers, he created Thor, he created Fantastic Four, he created the Eternals.
Hey, you need help, just let me know. If you hear me talking, I'm live streaming.
Because he said in the documentary, his assistant, he said, "Hey, do you want to go to the toy store, check out some stuff?" He said, "I don't want to go in the toy store." He said he hated going to his toy store. He hated going to bookstores because he said every toy aisle, every book in the comic book, he would see his own creators, and that's where he realizes he's not getting a cut of that money.
Yeah, his creations.
Yeah,
his children, in a sense. He ain't getting none of the money for it. Somebody else got his kids. It's kind of like George Lucas looking at the Star Wars stuff.
Because him and Bob Kane became real good friends. And when the 1989 Batman came out, Bob Kane and his wife took Jack Kirby and his wife. And Bob Kane was kind of happy, but seeing Bob Kane, he was cool, but they were in the limo and he had kind of like a stone look on his face. And Jack Kirby leaned over to him and said, "I know." He felt because, okay, my name is on it, but I'm not getting anything else besides my name not being on it. And Jack Kirby would hate hearing seeing Stan Lee's name on everything and all the other stuff. He's like, okay, yeah, all right. Until Jack Kirby's kids got part of his estate and they said, okay, I want my father's name on everything. So whenever you see characters out there, they'll show Fantastic Four created by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. And they do that with a lot of people because they show that with they start showing that with a lot of IPs for people that created stuff, which is kind of
cool. Now they do. If their estate or their family has sued to get that on there. Like it took, I forget how many years it took for Siegel and Schuster to get their name put on the Superman, creating Superman.
You know when they did that? Lois and Clark.
Yeah, but it took forever for it to actually get done. Not
Exactly.
when they did it. Is like how long it took of legal stuff to get their names put back on the character they
50
created,
years.
because they had basically
Mm.
created the characters and went off to war. And because they went off to war and weren't writing the character, DC took the characters and kept writing them. They considered that they owned the characters,
Mm-hmm.
and so they never gave the dudes credit for creating them. They didn't. They wasn't getting paid from that. And so that's why you get to the 90s where they've had so many years of so many decades of this going on, that not just the image dudes, but the milestone dudes brothers
Mm-hmm.
first, got in there and actually wanted to get their due up front
Mm-hmm.
for what they were doing. They wanted to be paid for the work that they were putting in and making these characters better. Because you ain't got a Venom movie without Todd McFarlane. You don't get no cut of that at all. You don't have a Deadpool movie without Rob Liefeld. You don't get no
And
cuts of that at all. He lost his lawsuits against Marvel, Disney
mm-hmm.
for that Deadpool character. You don't have to like Liefeld. He did create that character.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't getting paid for it at all. You're lucky if you got a cameo in the movie.
Remember, I forgot which run, if it was the Andrew Garfield, that's when they start putting Steve Ditko's name there in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have Spider-Man without Steve Ditko. Stan Lee didn't do all that. That was all Steve Ditko.
Now, see, this is where with Marvel, when Stan Lee was there, and Marvel when Stan Lee was gone, that I don't shit on Stan Lee about that for too much, because Stan Lee, as the creator and the editor of the company during those early years, he was the face of that company out there pushing it to actually get it where it was. You don't know who the face of DC is, and this had different faces at times. You didn't know who the fuck that was. But Stan Lee out there in the 50s and the 60s actually pushing that Marvel brand and pushing that out there to be popular is what got people to recognize what Marvel Comics was, because they associated with Stan Lee, because Stan Lee was out there pushing the shit like he's supposed to. So I don't have an issue necessarily with him being, oh, Stan Lee's Fantastic Four. Yeah, he wrote those fucking stories. He did. He did the work. You don't have to like Stan Lee, but he did the fucking work. The only problem comes in is where the other artist names are not up there as high. But then again, they're not out there pushing the shit either like Stan Lee is. Stan Lee was most notable when they started getting on the radio and TV and stuff like that. That's how you realize you were listening to a Marvel product and not a Warner Brothers product, because Stan Lee was out there in front of it.
And he knew how to
You
market
bought
it.
Stan Lee more than you bought the Marvel shit.
Exactly.
They were synonymous, right? Outside of Spider-Man, the most recognizable things for Marvel Comics is the fucking M, Stan Lee, and Spider-Man. Name it for Warner Brothers, a WB, a Superman, a Batman. You ain't even thinking about the owner. Who's the editor? You don't even think about that shit. You don't, because they weren't pushing it that way. Stan Lee was doing something new. He was the Image Comics of his time, and that's what he was doing. That's what got it into him being a household name, and not just Marvel being a household name. Now, once they kicked him out of his own company with his characters that he did co-create with an artist, depends on how you see the creation thing. If I came up with the whole story and the idea for the character and all that, and then I'm writing the stories all the time, if I'm telling you what the character is and what he's about, and you draw up the image, do you have as much ownership over it as me? That's where that gets kind of fuzzy. The original idea came from me. Maybe I'm not an artist. Maybe I'm just a writer. The character concept, how he's going to be in the story, is still all coming from me. Your ass is drawing the pictures for it.
And that
what
was
the character looks like.
And that was one of the biggest things with Chris Claremont. Like, a lot of people, like, okay, Hellfire Club, that's his creation. Dark Phoenix, that was creation. That was his creation. The Brood, that was his creation. What else? Morlocks, that was his creation. Storm going punk rock with the Mohawk, that was his creation. Belisco, Magic going into another dimension, coming back a teenager, having the magical powers and everything. That was his creation. The New Mutants with the Demon Bear, that series, that was his creation. A lot of people like, well, and just first of all, Starjammers, the
Corsair and the Starjammers.
yeah.
See, for me, that's why it gets fuzzy. If I'm an artist and I create a character, the look of a character and all the rest of that, maybe I own that shit, right? If I'm an artist and I'm creating the character from what somebody else told me this character is about and stuff like that, I don't totally own that shit. Especially if I'm not going to be the one writing the story that's going to flesh out the character of the story. All I'm doing is providing the visuals. Okay, your ownership is there because you helped create the character. I believe in that okay, you can get co-credit on that shit. But the majority of the credit goes to the person who has to flesh out the fucking character as with words and not just the pictures. Because they have to create the whole mystique and all the rest of that of the character, backstory, all that. How are you doing, sir?
Right.
If you need help, let me know. And if you hear me talking, I'm live streaming, not crazy. Still ain't said nothing. I guess I'm speaking Greek. That to me is a little bit more important. That's why I don't shit on Stan Lee. Stan Lee did write those words that the Fantastic Four was saying. No matter who drew the fucking characters, Stan Lee wrote all of that shit. He was the writer and the editor. That's how it worked. So I don't shit on Stan for that because he thought up that shit. So when you hear him do interviews and he was talking about the words that he used and stuff like that and why he did it, he can explain to you the process of why he picked the words that he picked. Because he's trying to get eyeballs on his comics.
And also he was
why he
trying
wrote it the way he wrote it, where the characters came from, where he got the idea for the Hulk from, or the Fantastic Four, or Spider-Man, or any of that stuff. He can tell you where the ideas come from because it came from him. At that point, does it matter who drew it first? No, you can get some credit, but you don't get all of it. You didn't create the character. You gave it a visual.
I would say some of it.
Some of it. That's what I said.
I would say a certain percentage of it.
Right. But it ain't. I don't think it's a even 50-50.
No, and I'm not saying that either on either part. And even in latter years before Stan Lee's death, he's given credit to Jack Kirby.
And he always did. That was the thing. Stan Lee always gave credit to the artist.
Yeah.
It may not have been on the company fucking logo, and every time you see the Spider-Man name, it says created by Stan Lee and such. But if you talk to him, which he talked a lot, he always gave them credit for the shit. Always.
Because he always said him and Jack Kirby got along. Him and John Romita Sr. definitely got along. Steve Ditko was a whole other thing because Steve Ditko was just a strange dude in his own right. He was just the guy that was always in his head. And like Stan Lee said, Steve Ditko was always like 10, 20 steps ahead of what he wanted to do because they said his boards of how the way
I'm about to cut out.
All right, man. Peace out. He wanted to make the ideas of how the way he wanted Spider-Man to be. It kind of looked like an FBI profiler's board of looking for a serial killer. That's how the way Steve Ditko planned everything out. And Stanley would say, hey, I want to do this, and this. And Steve would always be like, okay. But Stan knew how to market to a wide array of people. Steve Ditko kind of, because when he got to Charlatan Comics and when he started doing the shade and he started doing the question and everything, he always wanted to do with some counterculture and do with some different stuff. But Stan was trying to make characters marketable to people. That's why Spider-Man was very relatable.
That's why the X-Men are very relatable. Not relatable because of how they're drawn. They're relatable because of the stories that were told with the characters and the idea behind the characters and what they're supposed to be, what they're supposed to represent. Now, the thing with comic books is that it's always a bit of a partnership.
Mm-hmm.
That's why, like Spain is saying, the 50-50. I can agree with a 50-50, but I would, depending on where I am on that scale, if I'm just an artist or if I'm the guy coming up with the idea for the character and writing it,
Mm-hmm.
it should be about a 60-40.
Mm.
And nobody should be pissed about that. Because, drawing a character, you can come up with the image of what the character looks like one time. Just like we're talking about how many different versions of Spider-Man costume are there.
Mm-hmm.
Every artist draws it a little bit different. Does that mean that every artist is now in for another percentage of Spider-Man because they drew it differently?
No.
No. So while interpretations of that character's design will change, that basic design, which is that first artist, does get at least 40% of the credit for that because that's the original origin design. Everybody else doesn't. Everybody else that takes over the writing duties don't get full credit for the shit. I don't know what you're talking about exactly. You have to get to the point. There are video games here that you want to buy. Okay, then you need to come in and actually do that. Don't do it over the phone. Okay, so why didn't they sell them to you? So I'm the boss. Yeah, I'm the boss, and nobody actually told me what you're talking about. And you're not right now. I understand why if you want to sold to you, but nobody's told you. Okay. Folks need to learn how to talk on the damn phone. Sorry about that.
Oh,
He
man,
wasn't getting to the
business
point.
working.
Well, it was something he wanted to buy, but he wasn't saying what it was that he wanted to buy and what the holdup was. Just telling me what somebody else said. They said they were going to talk to the boss. Well, that's me. What is it? Well, he can't say, well, what the fuck is it? Why didn't they sell it to you? They said they had to talk to the boss. Why did they say they have to talk to the boss? It was just a game. If it's just a game, you could have bought it. But you're not saying what it is. And I think I know who this is. So if he comes down here, you're going to see if I was right. Shout out to No One. Real quick, I wasn't seeing you guys' cash apps. Apologies. Shout out to No One. He said, paying my tribute, paying his tithe to the Church of Geekdom on a Shop Talk Sunday. Appreciate you, No One. I will give you the blessings of the 3 And because No One is such a good fan, you will turn in the pages of the Black Geeks Bible, and we will give him the guts and the butts.
Number one, 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lie, let's run it up. Never let a hard time on the
And No One is funny because he likes seeing that shit. So No One does it the way you should do it. He donates once, and he'll donate again just so he can get that double up. It's fucking hilarious to me because he does that shit every fucking time. Because like, and what did he say? What was his message? Maestro, please. Know what I like? Give it to me. I do have another new double up thing. It's probably not as funny as that one, but I haven't put it up here yet. But it's a new song, so you'll see it. Aquateki, he said shipping and handling salute. Appreciate you, Aquateki. That's your second one, so we're gonna give you that guts and butts for doubling up. Appreciate you.
Double up. 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lie. Let's run it up. Never let a hard time on the was.
All right, now we're back at this shit. Woo. Anyway, it sounds like it's complicated in some senses, but it's not. My thinking on it is this. I think of it from a creator standpoint, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I created a character, and maybe I'm not the best artist, maybe somebody else has a style I really like, and I want them to draw my characters. Is it fair for me to give them, if it becomes a big thing, to give them some credit on the character? Yes, because they drew it for me. But me, being a creative person, I already come up with the design and everything for the character. All you're doing is penciling the shit. So why would I give you full credit on something you only had the drawing duties on? Not the impetus of the character, not the idea of the character, not the pathos, the ethos, none of that shit. Not the stories, not the word coming out of his mouth, not the background or any of that shit. Excuse me. All you did was drew what I told you the character looked like and how he's supposed to be represented. Why would you be in for everything when you did the one part? Doesn't necessarily seem fair. I'm good with giving you credit, but I'm not good with saying it's a 50-50. It wasn't a 50-50. At that point, it was 80-20. I did 80% of the goddamn work. And if I felt like drawing it too, I would have did that.
Yeah, I think
you did half of what 80% I've done.
I think how the way you're talking, yeah, it depends. It's deep. It depends if like you had like if you're coming to me, hey man, I wrote this guy up. You wrote everything out, and then you just said this is the idea, is what I have, and I draw him up. I believe, yeah, it's a certain percentage of drawing, but like if you and we both came up and we were sitting down and building something together, that's when I say it's 50-50.
That's when it's 50-50.
Yeah.
To me, that's exactly when it's 50-50. We're both collaboratively creating this character. If it hasn't been a collaboration between the two of you to create the character, you can't claim 50-50.
What was Jim Lee's good friend, Scott such and such, who wrote Wildcats with him?
I think he did it himself.
No. He had when he did Wildcats and also some of the other Image books, he had his friend Scott such and such right with him.
Oh, Scott. I'm not looking it up, you guys. I'm trying to remember what it was out of my own head, and it's not coming to me right now. There's a word coming to me, but that's not his name.
I'm thinking. No.
Scott such and such, because he did the Stormwatch and shit like that. Too.
Yes.
Forgetting his name. His name is escaping me right now. Go ahead with your saying.
I think since he helped write some of the or I don't even say some of a lot of the early books of Wildcats, he got a certain percentage.
That'd be fun. That makes sense though, because once leaving to do Image, which the whole point of doing Image was that they were creator-owned characters and concepts, and people getting paid for what they created, it would be absolutely asinine to start something new and then do it the old way where you don't get any credit for any of it. They'd have to cut in the artist on it. And I thought Jim Lee did it because it's more Jim Lee style initially with the Wildcats. That was the whole point, is that they created their own books and they wrote and draw their own books. That was the point.
Mhm.
It wasn't that they hired a bunch of artists to come on and do their books. Todd McFarlane drew and wrote his own books, so he was responsible for the story, the editing, the character designs, the art, and to his credit, the fucking publication or
Marketing.
publicity and marketing of that character. That's why Todd McFarlane's name is synonymous with Spawn, just like Stan Lee's name is synonymous with Spider-Man.
Mhm.
He pushed the shit.
And
off
that's
his books.
But that was one thing Todd always had. He already knew what he wanted to do, wanted to make.
Mhm. He was a
And he
force.
was the first driving force for all that. Because remember they had it was that documentary about all 5 of them
Mhm.
that came out, and I remember you and not Spain,
Robert Kirkman's Comic Books Unmasked, the history of comic books
yes,
unmasked.
because you and Doughboy was telling me you gotta check this out, and I checked it out, and I was like, oh wow, that was a good ass documentary. Breaks down
Right.
everything.
It was. And they say it out of their own mouths.
Mm-hmm.
What Image did wasn't the first one who did it. Milestone was the first one. They were copying what Milestone did.
And they admitted that.
Yeah.
They
Because
admitted
Dwayne McDuffie and them were the rock stars of that shit first. They were the innovators of that shit, of having their own cons and stuff like that, and having people come up and meet them. That was black folks' idea for that shit.
They always
That was
take
not
from
something
us.
that was existing before they were doing it. And people were like, man, what the fuck is going on over here? You niggas up to something.
Mhm.
That's why this is one of the reasons why this is so important.
Mhm.
That's why this is so important. Because in a way, they're making money off of it, but that's Jim Lee paying credit to those dudes that gave them the idea to start their own shit.
Mhm. And I had to give her,
Black dudes is doing it, we can do it too.
and I had to give props to Jim Lee, because when the pandemic was hitting and they had that convention and they were talking about starting Milestone back up, and Jim Lee was there, and he was giving respect and props to Milestone, and he said what you say, we took the idea from Image from Milestone, and Dennis Cowan and what's his name, Reggie Hudlin, they were just talking about it and how the way quietly is kept, Milestone changed the industry. They were they were the industry's dirty little secret.
Yep. They were the innovators.
Yeah.
That's why they got more shit initially than Image got. Image got a better hand up in the same place. They got a better hand up when they left DC than the Milestone dudes got. That's why Milestone ended up getting taken over and folded back into DC.
Yeah.
And Image stood on its own.
Yeah.
Because they actually went with what those artists were trying to do. They didn't try to fuck them over like they did with Milestone.
And the crazy thing is, it shows you how much power they didn't want a bunch of niggas having the same amount of power as fucking a bunch of white dudes and Asian dudes that Image had.
Look, any established order, I just use order because that's the first word that came to mind. Any established order doesn't like competition to that shit. I like it the way it is. And one of the things that you know about American society, it likes its polarity. It's one way or the other shit, right? So DC and Marvel exist because Stan Lee decided to do something different than what DC was doing. That's how you got Marvel. And over time, they stuck around and was able to be there, that it just became just DC and Marvel. Now, there's been other comic book companies that have came up. Think Milestone, think CrossGen, think some of these other
Dark Horse,
third-party books that have got rolled into those majors. Or think of other comic book writers and stuff like that who had their own books, and those artists got folded into the two majors. They like that polarity. The only ones that still hold out is Image, which is a creator-owned warehouse. So you can have a lot of imprints under Image. But Image is just where you can go to have your own book and have your own say and earn your own money for you. But you got to do the work to put out your book every month.
And that was one of the biggest things. And one of the biggest problems was that they said it became style over substance, and also it became the problem is you have a lot of young people running something, but you never had the level of discipline. It was like, 90s, everything was cool, it was great coming to work. It was more like a club than actually doing a job. Like they said, like they said, Mark Silvestri was cool. Like all the main people like Jim Lee, Silvestri, and McFarlane had their own offices. They worked from home. But all the other people that worked there, it was cool. They were doing stuff and they were doing other books. But the problem was, and you knew this because back we were buying the comics, it was like, okay, how come certain comics aren't being pushed out? Now, one of the greatest comics that came out that only had one issue but went to another one, Tribe. Tribe was an awesome book. Now, you can go try to look for these issues on eBay. I wish they would just put a whole graphic novel compendium out, which would be good. And it was a very interesting book. And it was just, I think it was just so much power and too much stuff. And it wasn't that, like you said, order. Not the order, how do we do, but this order, a system, order, and structure.
Shout out to Ken.
And just certain standards. And that was one of the problems that they didn't have with Image. You got all the money. We're gonna have the great splash pages. We're gonna have the great foil and hologram pages. Everything's gonna look all great. We're gonna have a bunch of Wolverine clones, Cable clones, big Pharaoh clones. We're gonna have
which is the funny part for how these people started their own comic book companies. They basically just rolled over a bunch of Marvel Comics characters into their own shit.
Yeah.
which is funny, which if you think about it in retrospect, it doesn't really show any originality.
No, if you look at Chapel is just a black Cable. If you look at Brigade, the main character, the guy, he's a combination of like Cyclops, Colossus and Cable. And when you start looking at a lot of these, Brigade, what was that? What was Rob Liefeld's team? Youngblood. When you look at Brigade, Youngblood, like me and my boy, we said it kind of looks all the same. And he said it is.
It was the Avengers.
Yeah.
Who is Shaft other than fucking Hawkeye?
Exactly. Or Green Arrow.
Who is Ripclaw other than fucking Wolverine?
Exactly.
Who is Warblade other than a version of a Terminator 2 and Wolverine?
Who is Cyblade?
Who is Cyblade? Who is Maul, but a version of a Hulk?
Exactly.
Who is Grifter other than a version of Gambit? And Jim Lee didn't create Gambit.
Or Punisher.
Come on, man. It's all the same shit. That's why it's funny if you think about it in retrospect. Why it's so funny is like, yeah, you wouldn't started your own company with other people's fucking ideas.
Yeah,
but you made the story out of your characters that you created and move forward from there. Like, okay, that's why I was pointing out with Spawn. Well, Spawn is an amalgam. How he looks is an amalgam of a bunch of other characters, really. His cow is like Doctor Strange. He works in the dark and stuff like that, like Batman, and he has a symbiotic costume like Spider-Man. Well, those are Todd McFarlane ideas, weren't they?
But the funny thing was, the whole Spawn world was something totally different than what the Image world was like. Because I kept asking people. I said,
shout out to Darian Anderson for saying Backlash, one of my favorite Image characters, Backlash. I wish they'd bring that fucking book back. So in case they didn't do it just so they can get
Wow.
That's for a Backlash.
And you know what was an interesting book with Backlash? Speaking of Backlash and Grifter and Weatherman, Team 7 was interesting. The original Team 7
was cool as shit.
Not that new 52 bullshit.
No. Original Team 7. Original Jim Lee Wildstorm Team 7 was the shit. That was some really good writing and story setup for a lineage of superpowered characters for origin of them and where their kids, the Gen 13 came from, where the DV8 came from. It was a cool concept for seeing where these elder people came from. I mean, who is John Lynch other than Professor Xavier with no bullshit attitude? Like, I am in a fucking wheelchair. I got, one eye missing, but that's okay. I'm still a dude. You still worry about me out here in the world training these kids to be fucking fighters, right? And all their powers, it's not a mutation, but a gene factor, because their parents were exposed to some shit back in the Vietnam era and stuff like that, and end up passing on gifts to their kids. And so those kids develop powers. That's a mutation. That was actually cool. I like that. That worked for me.
And
Team 7 was dudes. It was like a bunch of fucking Moon Knights without costumes, dude. They were legit soldiers. They were not slouches before they got a gene factor. The gene factor just made it worse.
Yeah, they were G.I. Joe. They were a version of G.I. Joe that got messed up with some alien technology.
Well, yeah, it was what did they expose them to? It was not a gas. It was something else they exposed them to that gave them that gene factor. They was doing fucking Black Ops experiments on these dudes.
Yeah,
is what it was. That's why the government came after their kids, because the government was like trying to make super soldiers. And the team that they came up with was Team 7, and all of them end up having powers, like some telekinetic, some psychic, some healing factors. They had a bunch of shit, and they was all running the risk of going fucking crazy. The closest thing you would see to it is Firestarter and her father.
Yeah.
Andy McKean. That's basically what it was. It was some old school way experimenting on these dudes and put them out into the field and see if it worked. Like, shit.
All right, help me with something. All right, Team 7. Weatherman, what was his ability?
Henry Benedict's ability was, he was part of Team 1. Henry Benedict was part of Team 1. So the original Weatherman was part of Team 1, who was a precursor to Team 7. And I think he just had some extra mental abilities. He wasn't telepathic or anything like that. He just had some extra mental abilities. But he was a supreme strategist. That was his fucking thing. So he was just a strategic fucking dude. You didn't fuck with Weatherman. Okay.
All right. Backlash, we know that he could generate this psychic whip or this energy whip that can come out.
Yeah, Mark Slayton had agility and reflexes, the psionic whips, and he had some little low-key telepathic abilities too. Low-key telepathic abilities. John Lynch, like could be earth-shaking telekinetics, and that's why he doesn't have one eye, because he ripped it out. When his powers were manifesting and stuff like that, the shit was just so strong and making him crazy. He ripped out one of his fucking eyes, like Odin. He ripped that shit out. And had all the energy spilling out until he learned how to control it, and he doesn't use it often. He doesn't use it at all often. Grifter got telekinetics too, but Grifter doesn't use the telekinetics. He doesn't know how to control that shit. He didn't want to use it. So he didn't want to rely on it, so he just didn't use it at all. Right? Dane, I forgot what his other part of his name was, who was in Wetworks. Dane is telepathic and shit like that too. But that gold symbiote suit kind of blocks that shit out a bit. But Dane was just always the Wetwork fucking killer. Dane would just go.
Now the Punisher clone, bald-headed guy.
Deathstroke or Deathblow. Deathblow, he developed his powers later. And the powers he developed later was a healing factor. That's why he was such a problem to fucking deal with, because Michael Cray, the fucking Deathblow, he was a sailor, he was Navy, but he was a motherfucker. Yeah, he was a motherfucker, boy. So giving that nigga a healing factor was not what you wanted to have. You needed to be able to kill his ass, because he wasn't gonna stop. He wasn't gonna stop.
I remember the first issue where all these guys, it kind of reminds you of
you forgot Fairchild and Chang.
Yeah,
Chang had mental abilities, telepathic and stuff like that, and then Fairchild had mental ability, telepathic and stuff. They all had a version of telepathy or telepathiness where they could talk to each other or sense each other where they were. But some of them got stronger telekinetics and some of them didn't. Go ahead now.
When they were showing them together in like on the first episode, when they were showing the team, it reminded me of the first Predator, of how like you see this special team. I was like, okay, this guy definitely loved looking at old 80s action flicks because they broke down what branch of government were, what their ranks were, and what special forces. Because
Yeah.
Grifter,
that's what Jim Lee's whole thing was. That's why Jim Lee is an excellent. So he really likes that kind of genre. That's why there was more black ops, military intrigue, shadow organization shit going on in the Jim Lee books with the Wildcats and stuff like that, and then Stormwatch and all that. Then going on in Spawn, then going on in Todd McFarlane's book that was dealing with more heaven and hell and stuff like that. Right. That's what Jim Lee specialized in doing.
Now
And
I
he had no
didn't
fun with
mind. I didn't mind the Damonites and the Coda.
I didn't mind that shit at all either.
I would have loved to see a whole book of that. That would have been cool. Of course, the Coda mixture of the Amazons in the hand, But it was cool, and I liked it. I like Zealot. I like the character Zealot. Zealot,
One woman. Zealot was a motherfucker.
Yeah.
If you guys want to know Zealot, if you don't know who Zealot is from the Wildcats, she's supposed to be like Wonder Woman in a sense, right? But really, if you look at the Eternals movie in Athena, that's Zealot.
Yeah.
That's all they did. That this woman has been here for so long, she basically inspired the idea of Amazons and trained female fighters. That's what she did. Athena in this Eternals movie, played by Angelina Jolie, that's all she is. She is the archetype of the Athena legend, right? Well, in Wildstorm, that was Zealot. That's who everybody was basing shit off of. And Zealot was a Coda, long-lived Caribbean, and a supreme fucking fighter. She just used swords. She used honor. Zealot was a beast. I like Zealot.
When they had that X-Men and Wildcats crossover,
Oh,
when she looks at Wolverine and she kind of gives him a look like, okay, all right.
Let's go, homie.
When she saw when they were fighting against people and he was just kicking people's ass, she's like, oh, okay. In your world, they do have good warriors. That was kind of cool. But yeah, like Image had some good stories. Now, here's one thing for me. All right. To me, Spawn seemed like its own world. But then you had Cyberforce, which totally seemed like its own world, but it was all in the same world together. I like Cyberforce. I love Mark Silvestri's art, man. And I love how the way he created that whole world that was this kind of cyberpunkish and unique. And I was just like, oh, but he did a cool mixture of cybernetics and superpowers in there too. And
I like Cyberforce. That's what you said, Cyblade. Cyblade is basically Psylocke.
Yeah.
That's all she is.
That's all he did. He just redid Psylocke in a whole different way.
He did them a little bit differently, but each one of them did. Anybody who worked on the fucking X-Men, when they went to Image and did their books had a real look at X-Men, like Spain is saying voodoo, like, ain't that Jean Grey? That Jean Grey and Dazzler mixed together? That's kind of what's going on.
Voodoo had a donkey.
But I used to be a stripper. Like, really? All right, fuck it. Roll with it.
Yeah, I said Voodoo had a donkey. I was like, okay. All right. And of course, Sentinel is definitely a Captain America and Cyclops ripoff, man.
Yeah, I love Mark Silvestri art. Love looking at Cyberforce. Liked Heatwave. Heatwave was really cool to me.
Yeah.
The Flame character. I always analyze the Flame character. But Heatwave was cool. Velocity was fun. But that whole team was actually has some good characters in it.
You know whose look I love and was cool? Killjoy.
Killjoy? I didn't read Killjoy.
No, she was the villain, the cybernetic villain that kind of had the tattooed face of the skull on, and she had the cybernetic legs and the cybernetic arms. She was in that world. They had the evil organization. She was that evil organization's kind of enforcer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ballistic wasn't bad. She was cool. But what was the character that had the 3 cybernetic arms on one side?
That was I know who you're talking about. He had 3. Stryker.
Stryker was interesting.
Yeah.
Then also Stryker had his spin-off group. Like Cable had a spin-off group. I was like, okay.
Yeah, how do you make Cable different in your book? Well, he has 3 arms.
Yeah.
All right, okay. 3 arms on one side. What difference does that make?
Because what was Cable's what was his team called?
X-Force.
No, his original team, Wildcatters. No,
Six Pack.
Mm-hmm. But then, what was Stryker's team called?
I don't remember.
What was it, Stryker Sabers or something like that? It was just funny because he had a big dude. It just became so generic that you got to have the big brick guy. Mm-hmm. Then he had the super
Bad Rock.
Yeah, he had Black Anvil and a hand-to-hand martial artist person. I was like, wow, man, you just like, we're just making the unoriginal archetype. We're just painting and just changing the name. I'm like, okay. But it was money. They were making money.
Yeah. The 90s, for all the extra covers and sales and stuff like that, there were some good stories in it. There was some good costume designs and stuff like that, or character designs that came out of that show. There was some good stories. Yeah. All of it wasn't crap, but there were some good stories that came out that time in the 90s. Because it was really creatively an explosion of creative ideas that were getting thrown out there, and it wasn't coming just from those 2 houses. Yeah. That's why I think the 90s was just a changing of the guard and a changing of the paradigm in a sense to where creators could actually make their own books and be out there successful, competing against the majors, making their own books independently.
Now,
that was what it was about.
One of the greatest things what I like what the 2000s did was now they're giving more respect to the artists and the writers, and definitely you're having a lot of writers. What's the writer that did the X-Men and Hawkeye? What's his name?
What's that?
What's the writer that did the X-Men and Hawkeye?
Matt Fraction.
All right, that guy's great, and I love the way where he took the X-Men. It was like, wow, okay. He did something very cool. What my best friend said years ago, like when we were teenagers. Make X-Men their own isolated thing. Take them away from what the normal Marvel Universe stuff is. Make them that their own isolated thing. And let's, like how you said with like Star Wars, let's stop going backwards. Let's move forward and let's take them to what we can do with them. And that's what he did great with the X-Men. What he did with Hawkeye was awesome. And it was just, you just start seeing that. It very rarely, like, you kind of get these pockets of great creativity where you have, oh, we got awesome writers that are here and they're doing stuff. But at the same time, it becomes like, you know, that overseer. No, we want you to write this. You got to write that. But I like how the way Fraction said, I'm going to concentrate on these groups of X books, and they're all going to be interconnected. And this is what I want to do, which was cool.
I'm fine with that. The only thing that gets me with the X-Men is that they end up having too many goddamn titles. I mean, for X, the way I like the X-Men, I'm fine with 2 titles of the main team, X-Men Blue, X-Men Gold, right? I'm fine with a X-Force team right? Because they just grow up from the New Mutants and become their own team, right? I'll even rock with an X Factor team that's sponsored by the government, right? That's 4. And then one fringe team, let's say Excalibur over in the UK. I'm fine with about 5 X teams at one time. I don't need more than that. More than that is too many goddamn titles. Because, and I'm not counting the individual characters' titles. Like, I'm not counting a Wolverine title or something like that. Because you want to see Wolverine running by himself. That's part of the character's, whole thing. He a loner, so he should be running alone most of the damn time, right? Unless he teaming up with the X-Men, like Batman. You don't see his ass sitting at the JLA meetings all the time. No, he's off doing his own shit. If you really need him, he'll come. He'll show up, right? But if not, he got shit to take care of in Gotham. So the city needs him. So I'm fine with Wolverine operating in that function. But when they get up to too many fucking titles, over that main 5, and now it's 6 and 7 and shit. Like,
and now we're going to bring more titles. We're going to bring Fallen Angels back out. We're going to bring the Marauders back out.
Oh, for me, it gets like this. As a comic book reader, it's way too much extra shit for me to read.
Yeah.
Right. But some stuff is going to fall by the wayside, and that's when they get to canceling books and shit like that. And you're like, fine, you didn't cancel this other one that should have died a year ago, whatever the fuck, right? But now being on the other side of it, where I have to order this shit, there's too many goddamn titles. It's too many goddamn titles. I can show this shit to you guys too. It's not even funny, but it's just. Did I leave it in my car? I did. No, I didn't. Where is it? Where is it? Where's my fucking book? Oh, shit. Half a second.
You having a senior moment?
Not a senior moment. I thought I brought something in, but I brought in the wrong book. Okay, I'll show you guys something. This is my printout of ordering for one previews book, right? And as you can see, it's a spreadsheet of all these titles, right? Now here's where it gets stupid. All right, this is where it gets dumb. See this shit where it says Gambit? Well, you can't see that shit. Now from there, all the way to here, these are all X books. And that ain't all of them. Because they jump around with the naming of the damn books. Outside of all these goddamn Star Wars books. That's like 15 fucking different books. There's too many goddamn books for shitty stories. Not all of them are good. But that's what people who actually have to order this shit are looking at. And then every one of them wants to have 6 different fucking variant covers. I ain't buying all that shit. Gotta make sure the story's good first before you give me 6 different covers of it. Now you're trying to sell it off the cover. Now you're right back to the 90s. Style over substance.
Yep.
Yeah, Aquatechy. We've been saying that. Look, regular comic book readers been saying that shit forever. Too many goddamn titles. Batman got hella titles out right now.
He always had hella titles.
Because Batman sells. But right now, I can sit right here and look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different fucking Batman books. And that's just Batman. I'm not counting Batgirl, Nightwing, Robin, none of that shit. That's just Batman. Yeah, that's just Batman, just for him. 12 different fucking titles. And I can't tell you they all sell because I can look at how many are on the shelf. Right? Yeah, too many fucking variant covers, Aquateki. This month going through that shit, that was just irritating because some of them don't even have pictures for us. Like, why am I even ordering this shit? I don't even know what it looks like. Fuck you. Sight unseen, it's a box. Might be some shit in it, might not be. No, you got to show me something. I'm not ordering. I'm sorry, it's a visual medium. You have to show me a picture. Yeah, Spain with garbage writers. Marvel regularly does that. My boy Nakayama, who does covers for Marvel, they regularly put his covers. He'll do an awesome cover on a shitty ass book. They regularly do that shit, and it's nothing against Nakayama. He does awesome fucking work, right? But they do that specifically to push shitty books. They put an awesome cover on it to make you buy the shit because you want that artist's work. Well, you got to get it.
False
The only
advertising.
problem is they give him a lot of cover work. They ain't gave him his own comic. He worked with Claremont before. He ain't got his own comic. So what's the problem? You just like giving them covers? Okay, you can sell a bunch of copies on a shitty book. Congratulations. That's one way to do it. So you can see what the retention is like on that. Aren't they doing the X-Men Gala fashion show right now? Yes, beastly nerd. And heritage covers and pride covers. I'm like, really? No, I'm not buying all of that shit. Look, as I broke it down to new staff member 5321. I'm not going much past variant cover B. It's gonna have to look good. And if you ain't got a picture for it, fuck you, I'm not buying it at all. That's the way it's gonna be. It's not. I don't have money for all that shit. I don't know what y'all working with, but comic shop owners are working with actual money. No. Better be a fucking demand for it. And 3 months out, there is no demand for it. So you better show me a picture. You'll see me not getting the shit. Sitting on a bunch of those copies in the warehouse. Yeah, this X-Men Gala fashion shit is like, I never cared for that either. I like Nakayama's work. I don't give a fuck about the gala. Who cares about galas? The Hellfire Club? I'm not in that group. I don't give a shit. Anyway, we 5 hours on this shit. You got something you want to say, Malika? I think I'll close it out and see who else is
Brother, thank you for allowing me to come up as usual.
No, you're always welcome. You know that. And all of you guys sitting in the chat box are welcome to come up. That's why I put the link in there. But if you're too afraid for people to hear your voice, your opinions, that's okay too. Fuck it. I do a show. It's not a panel show necessarily, but eventually people get to come up and speak their piece.
No, I just appreciate you. I'm gonna look at this MoonKnight and catch up. And we'll definitely talk about it. I'm gonna make my dinner and I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna binge watch some shit tonight and tomorrow, and I will keep you posted. If you hear me, if you get a text or email from me, you're gonna know how the way I feel. I'm probably gonna text you anyway and let you know.
Shoot me a text on that so I know ahead of time, because I'll be up Tuesday night. I'll be up until midnight to watch MoonKnight, so y'all will get a reaction video first thing in the morning.
Yeah, because on your end it's Tuesday. Over here with us, I think it's Wednesday.
Well, it's still the same time. That's why I'm up till midnight, because it drops on your coast 3 hours ahead of time.
Yeah.
So that's why midnight on Disney Plus, midnight Tuesday is the start of Wednesday, and it's already up. It's up. It went up right then. So if you're watching it at midnight, you're watching Wednesday's episode because it's now Wednesday.
That's if I'm up. Because
most people don't want to be up that late. They'll catch it later on. Yeah. I'm just catching it early because I actually have to run a show on some of the shit. So the earlier I see it, the better.
All right, player. I appreciate you. Have a good Sunday. Be safe, man. And I will rap to you later.
All right, peace. That was the Malika Me Bane. Namer. 50% Namer. Of the 3B salute. 50%. I have to do the work in making the whole gift and shit. So, that's what it is. Did I give Spain his 3B? Just in case I did it. Shout out to Spain. I think I did. Yeah, shout out to Spain for his 3B salute. I give you and shout out to Darren Anderson for supporting the stream. Thank you, sir. I will give you 3B So I want to appreciate you guys coming through today and sticking with me through being late to the shop and getting the show started late and stuff like that. It is what it is. So that's why I gave you a little bit of a longer show so you can actually get something out of it. Enjoying MoonKnight. Look forward to it Wednesday. We'll catch up on Halo after I get off the stream. I'll be playing Halo, so I can catch up on what's going on with the Halo series. And I'll just judge it on the series because I haven't played all the games. That's nothing else I can judge it on. I can't speak to the rest of that shit. It's just what it is. Not liking Pedro Pascal's little asshole antics in Star Wars right now, but it's kind of being par for the course in the Star Wars universe right now. It's bullshit antics until this woman is out there. It's just what the fuck it is. She gotta go. It's just fucking up the works. If you have comic book inquiries about issues that you want mailed out to you, standupcomics21@gmail.com. Put your name in there, what books you're looking for, and I will email you back on if it's available, if we can get it to you, and then we'll work out the rest of the details from there. If you want your copy of the Bible, the Black Geeks Bible, the King McDuffie version, definitely put that in there in that email. Let me know that you want that and get that, because I want. Thank you, Akoteki, for putting that up there. I should run a banner up there. I want as many Black geeks to get that compendium as possible for Milestone, so you can see the early work, and you can match it up to the newer stuff if you like. But I really want more geeks, especially younger geeks, to read this original work from the 90s, so you see who Static is and not who Static Shock was. Know your history. To me, that's important. That pays homage to that brother who put a lot of his hard work into that stuff. That was his characters, and not just what he did for DC to make their characters better. It's just what it is. So if you want a copy of that, either go to your local comic shop, or if you want to order from a Black comic book store, this is it. As far as I know, I am the only one in the Bay. So I'll go into it more on Dr. Tia-san's show tomorrow, but there is an idea that I have that I came up with collaboratively with Joe Thompson yesterday that I want to put out there and get people on the stick with to see if we can make it happen. Because as far as I know, I might be the only one. And if I'm the only one, then there needs to be some backing to support that. So we'll see what's that. Other than that, I've been ArtisanMc. This has been Shop Talk Live. We do this every Sunday, 11, as long as I'm on time, 11 till whenever. And for now, I didn't get this up there. Nope, I didn't get it up there in time. And for now, the shop is closed. Appreciate you guys coming through. I'll see you next week. Peace.
my debt isn't paid. I take myself higher, so I'm feeling okay. Look at me now, I'm done with the chase. I taught myself out, now I'm feeling okay. I taught myself out, now I'm feeling okay. I wanna take my time to make my decisions. Change my mind for no damn reason. I'm riding so low. I'm feeling so low. Break me down, but I won't be in prison. I hold my ground till my heart stops beating. I'm riding so low. I'm feeling so low. You tell me you need me, you tell me you want me, but you know I'm better off alone. You tell me you need me, you tell me you want me. Now I'm feeling okay. I taught myself out, now I'm feeling okay. I wanna take my time to make my decisions. Change my mind for no damn reason. I'm riding so low. I'm feeling so low. Break me down, but I won't be in prison. I hold my ground till my heart stops beating. I'm riding so low. I'm feeling so low. I'm feeling so low.